If this man should fall, who will lift the flag and carry on?
I will.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Upfront and Straightforward with Alan Roger Currie. We're on the Blog Talk Radio, Internet Radio Network, and I'm your host, Alan Roger Currie. And today is Thursday, March 31st. And tonight, I'm going to be interviewing a man who is very popular and well respected in what is known as the Manosphere. The Manosphere. Most of my listeners know what that is. If you're a new listener or you're totally ignorant to that term, the world of men's dating advice and men's shared knowledge and wisdom about things like dating and relationships, manhood, masculinity, attraction and seduction, etc. That's known as the Manosphere. So anything that's related to knowledge, wisdom, and information that's shared among men for how to improve themselves as a man, how to improve their love lives, sex lives, and social lives, and just, help them define for themselves what it means to be a man, particularly in the 21st century, and what it means to be masculine. That's referred to as the Manosphere. And so tonight, my guest, he's I would say a pretty well-known figure in the Manosphere. And there's a small percentage of my listeners that have been asking me probably for over a year to invite him on my show as a guest. And he was actually supposed to be on my show a couple months ago, and then he leads a very busy schedule. So we probably rescheduled like 2 or 3 times. And then finally we were able to settle on tonight. And so I look forward to a good conversation. We're going to cover a lot of different things. Red pill wisdom versus what's known as blue pill wisdom. Alpha males, the characteristics of alpha males versus beta males. And probably the most prominent thing we're going to talk about is what's known as hypergamy, or some people say hypergamy. I kind of look at it as tomato. But yeah, that's going to be our big topic. Matter of fact, I would say that's probably the number one thing he's known for. That's kind of like his number one MO. I mean, he talks about quite a few different things in his book, but the main issue that he tends to share knowledge and wisdom about, that I would say is most associated with him, is his thoughts, opinions, and assertion on what hypergamy is. And for those of you who are ignorant to that term, because again, I always like to assume that I have at least a small percentage of listeners that might be ignorant to a lot of these type of terms. Hypergamy, or again, as some people say, hypergamy, I would give you a formal and informal definition. The formal definition of hypergamy is simply the notion of a woman wanting to marry a man who has a higher degree of social status than her, a higher degree of wealth and education than her. Basically, she's going to feels like by marrying this guy and dating this guy, her stature in society is going to go up. So that's generally the formal definition of hypergamy. I would say a more informal definition actually relates to an article I wrote. If you remember, I used to write for what's called the examiner.com. And I wrote this one article that was actually one of probably my top 5 most popular articles. It was about what's known as the 80-20 theory, the 80-20 rule theory. And what that basically is, I first heard about this when I was back in college at Indiana University. This was like in the mid 80s. I remember reading, I want to say it was an article in Esquire magazine. This psychologist was talking about it. And if you're not familiar with that, the 80-20 rule suggests that, and none of this is scientific. That's why it's generally referred to as a theory. So it hasn't been like scientifically proven. But there's many people who theorize that in any given social environment, let's say that you take 100 single men and put them on an island with 100 single women. Now, on paper, you would think that over a period of days, weeks, or months, that those 100 single men would hook up with those 100 single women and they would become 100 couples, 100 romantic couples. That would be the ideal. But the reality is, and this is what the 80-20 theory proposes, and this again relates to the hypergamy or hypergamy. Most people say if you put 100 single men on an island with 100 single women, that over a period of days, weeks, or months, approximately 80 of those 100 women are going to start gravitating towards the top 20 most desirable men out of those 100 men on that island. So they're not just going to match up one with each other. The 80-20 theory says that at some point, 20 of those men on that island going to end up fucking 80 of those women.
I don't think we've even seen the tip of the iceberg. I think the potential of what the internet is going to do to society, both good and bad, is unimaginable. I think we're actually on the cusp of something
recommend selling feet pics. It's the easiest way to make money as a woman. Like, you need to be selling feet pics. If you're not, you're behind the curve, because
that's right.
Men will buy anything, like a toe pic they'll spend money on. Like, it's kind of crazy. But I just recommend, I did a video about this on my TikTok, but I recommend kind of starting a new Instagram page, not with your name or anything. Like, I would do like pretty feet P or something like that, and then post a picture of your feet, and then hashtag. It's insane how quickly your DMs flood with men that are just wanting pictures and like videos.
terrifying.
44-year-old man, I want to put that stupid fucking dog filter on my face on Snapchat. Of course I don't, but it works. So I fucking do it. You understand what I'm saying? Rule number 4, social media is fake, but the money is real. Social media is fake, but the money is real. The results are real. So that's why I just humble myself to just worry about what works. I'm a whore to whatever works.
You're a pragmatist.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Or a scientist. I always have hypotheses, and I'm always trying to disprove my own hypothesis. One of the things I wanted to see if I could disprove is, can I have too many female friends, and is there such thing as too much pre-selection? And the answer to both is no.
Masculinity is one of the most evil terms I have ever heard. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. There's just literally toxic individuals. What it means to be a man is now being branded as toxic, whether it's being competitive, aggressive. We are now teaching boys and men to be softer. They're trying to turn men into women. And I think the reason they want to do this is because it's the men that go to war. It's the men that fight the tyranny. It's not women. We're emotionally not resilient or even physically fit enough to fight the powers that be. It's the men that do that. And so when the men are feminized, the government, those in charge, can get away with whatever the hell they want to get away with.
Women are hypergamous. They want males who are of equivalent or higher status than them socially. And the same isn't true in reverse. And so what that seems to indicate is that women, and the data bears this out, by the way, women are not happy if they are associated with a relatively low status partner in comparison to their own status. And what that seems to me to mean is that to some degree, it's incumbent on women to support their husbands to the degree that's possible in achieving and maintaining the status that would make them as women satisfied.
I think we've even seen the tip of the iceberg.
Handed multitasking. They can do one thing at one time. That I'm pretty sure of.
No, by the
they
way,
don't have that, whatever that multitasking thing in their brain.
But
it's not there.
That's what is called focus. That's what all the bosses tell their colleagues, like, you're not focused in life. And now you put it nicely, multitask. So, that's the good thing about being a brilliant speaker. You put the wrong things in the perfect perspective where people get excited. Yeah, multitasking.
We've even seen the tip of the iceberg.
Paired with the guy that's in good shape, and you think, hang on a second, how is the guy that isn't able to protect his family because he's less physically formidable going to be perceived as a better father? And the reason is that the guy who has more gut fat is seen to be less potentially attractive to other mates, which means that if he is given 1 calorie, there is less likelihood of him spending that calorie on trying to acquire a new mate because more doors have been closed to him than the guy that is in good shape and may potentially have more doors open to him. I think that being less uncertain about your partner straying contributes massively to a woman who might have anxious attachment, or maybe there's a disparity in mate value there, that she is going to feel a lot more comfortable with that. But the wild thing when you think about this is that comfort contributes quite a lot to woman's arousal. And there is a situation in which someone who was less in good shape would be more arousing and more attractive to a woman because her degree of comfort would be increased.
I think we've even seen the tip of the iceberg. I think the potential of what the internet is going to do to society, both good and bad, is unimaginable. I think we're actually on the cusp of something exhilarating and terrifying.
Yes, I left the sound out of that one on purpose. Yeah. You got to remember that I can only use certain clips because there's sometimes music in the back of them dumbasses. So sometimes I have to take those out, but I also took that out for dramatic effect because it's better if you don't listen to what's going on and you just simply watch the facial expressions of these girls. Would you like me to show that to you again? Here you go. Here, add that to the stream. Yeah, this was deliberate, by the way. No, sorry, Sam, there's no audio issues. I actually didn't put this on there by design. Just saying. Yes, focus on the faces. Learn how to focus, right? Funny how, well, this one was, yeah, gotcha. I saw that Bowie clip and I was like, man, that is, and you got to remember that Bowie clip was like right back around like 2000. Maybe it was just when the internet was starting to become something. And he was right. The wisdom of Bowie. Yeah, good thing there's no audio. Actually, I took it. I actually removed. There was audio on it. I just removed it because I was getting to the situation whenever I want to use those kind of clips. Sure as shit, TikTok doesn't care if you can use any. I can use Lamb of God clips behind my YouTube clips or whatever, but it's like, not if you're going to put it on a live stream. Sorry, friends. Hey, I got the new camera working. Anybody like this one? It always looks a little weird. I think I need to work on the white balance on this one. Well, all right, guys. Yes, thank you. Should I pay escorts? Is that what you really want to do? Should I pay escorts or stick to my hand? Stick to your hand, my friend. As much as I don't know. How much of a pragmatist are you? Stick to your hand, man. How much money you want to save? If you stick to your hand, you'll have more money left over so you can pay your OnlyFans girls. How's that? Yeah. So anyways, I just wanted to point out a few things here. Today I'm gonna get into other topics today, but I figured that I better do justice to my one-time friend, my longtime friend, Alan Roger Currie. The audio you heard in the beginning of this show was Alan and myself. I was my introduction on Blog Talk Radio. This was long before I had a podcast, long before I even had. That was 2015 was when that was. I had 2 books out at the time. I think what he was mentioning was I'm a very busy man. Yes, I was very busy flying to Las Vegas to go do the Man in Demand conference, which there is no video of, by the way. There's audio. I think maybe Sam Bada still has the audio of it. But it was my first in-person talk, I guess, and it was very eye-opening. I think that was sort of my first kind of dipping my toes in becoming a more public figure. I couldn't really do it back then because I was still very much involved in the wine and spirits industry, and I was working with casino marketing and gambling. When I say gaming, I mean gambling. But gaming, marketing, and promotion and stuff like that. And so I kind of had to keep a lower profile than I do today, obviously. So yeah. Let me know if the audio is if my voice is a little hot today, or it's a little bit different. I'm trying to monkey around with it a little bit. I keep seeing like comments in the comment section saying that I'm overmodulating, or maybe I need to put a different form of compression on. So I've been sort of experimenting. So sorry not to be. I mean, I don't want to get too. It's always tough to do these shows. It's always tough to use the glory intro. The last time I did was with Kevin Samuels, which was not even all that long ago. So we're looking at when was that? May? It was Mother's Day, actually. It was Mother's Day weekend, anyways, when Kevin Samuels passed. We've lost Red Pill Mike, who was I don't say Red Pill Mike was sort of like a permanent fixture at least in the chat for a while. He passed away within this year. I guess technically you could add Pat Campbell to that, because Pat Campbell died in the end of October-ish of 2021, so almost a year. We've lost, so starting with Pat, we've lost Kevin, we've lost Red Pill Mike, and now we have lost Alan Roger Currie. And Alan Roger Currie is an old friend of mine, and you guys can stop spamming the chat, and Moose, you can go fuck yourself. So bye bitch. Especially for today's show, show a little fucking respect, asshat. So I want to give a little bit of I hate to even call it a eulogy, because it's not really a eulogy. It's kind of weird for me to even be doing this. I had to do something very similar to Pat Campbell. I did a memorial thing for Kevin Samuels in the beginning of one of my shows. Yes, Alan is dead. He's passed away. I think, you will go away for a long time. You can go fuck yourself, and you just keep fucking building more. You don't exist without me. Just saying, because clearly you're OCD. So as far as Alan is concerned, I met Alan Roger Currie back in, I want to say it was 2014, 2015, somewhere around there. The clip I just played from you was, I believe it was from 2015, later in the year or earlier on in that year. I'm not really sure when I did that, but that was on Blog Talk Radio, when we actually used to have to go and do we had to do audio streams. It was that's back when a blog, or excuse me, a podcast was actually a podcast. maybe the children don't really remember where the term podcast came from. It was like an iPod, and it was really just sort of like courtesy of Steve Jobs, we could now go and create our own talk shows, right? And we're still doing it now. I mean, I wish I could keep up on it with a little bit more regularly than I do, but I do occasionally post audio to Anchor. I think I'll probably start getting back into that in the new year, simply because I think there's so much demand for it is really high. Yeah, I was going to say, as far as Alan Roger Currie is concerned, I met Alan, I think through Obsidian, a guy named Obsidian. Maybe people don't really even remember this because we're going back 2014, 2015. So we're looking at something like 6-7 years ago, somewhere around there. And I don't think people really understand just how storied, how seasoned, I don't even know what else to call it, how deep the Manosphere really is. And the reason I put that clip on there, I pulled that one clip out, he was actually just introducing me at that time. And I'd already had 2 books out at that moment, and a lot of his crew were telling him to get me on the show. They thought that of course, they just like now, they wanted to start some shit, right? They wanted to see if I would go lock horns with Alan Roger Currie, which I did on a couple of occasions, and I still do. So I did up until just a few days ago. But I talked to Alan. We kind of were kindred spirits in a way. He was much more, I would say, a pragmatist when it came to game. Mode 1 was really, I think, the seminal work on direct game. I'm not going to lie. I've been critical of that, but not in the sense that I think it's a bad thing. I think that direct game and indirect game are just 2 sides of the same coin. However, making that it's kind of hard to do that. It's kind of hard to make that case when like your entire sort of revenue stream or your entire identity is sort of wrapped up in one thing. And Alan has had a very interesting life. And I mean, it's not like I know the guy from birth or anything like that, but I've known him quite a while. Right up until whenever something like this happens, I'll go look at and this is the weird part. You want to know why I used the David Bowie clip? This is why. I went back and looked at my archives because I knew I was going to do this show. I don't know who else could do this show, quite honestly. I don't know who else is going to be able to do this. So I feel like it's like sort of incumbent upon me to sort of like do a more like, at least for today's show is not going to be entirely this kind of depressing ass stuff, but I feel like it's necessary because I don't think anybody else is going to do this. And this is not a red meat show. So I'm doing this because I feel like it's the right fucking thing to do. So I know that I'm not going to get super chats. I know I'm not going to farm super chats. I'm not going to, I know that this will be a much lower viewed content. As a result of that, I'm willing to accept that. I did the same thing with Pat Campbell. I did the same thing with Kevin Samuels. I will do the same. Well, I think I don't know if I actually did a dedicated show for Red Pill Mike, but I will do it for anybody else for that matter, because I don't think anyone else is going to be able to do it. So when I met Alan Roger Currie, I'm going to give you guys my background with him. Clearly, as you can hear from the audio here, this was on Blog Talk Radio. By the way, I'm looking at the audio right now. I had no idea this was a 4-hour interview between the two of us. It was actually his show, and then I think I came in for the last like 2 hours of it, and we had some back and forth. And it was actually my introduction to Alan. And then after that, we kind of had a lot more correspondence after that. And it was at that point later on, I believe it was in 2017 when I accepted the invitation to do, reluctantly accepted the invitation to do the 21 convention, the first one in 2017, and then again in 2018. I was asked to go fuck yourself, dude. Really, here you go. Here you go, Moose. Everybody go make fun of fucking Moose right now. Go fuck your ass. Go fuck yourself, Moose. Go fuck yourself. Seriously. Sam, if you see this ass hat in the chat again, just knock his ass out, please. If anybody sees this guy on the streets, go knock his ass out. Serious. I mean, come on, man. Come on. Really? Here's that attention you wanted. Got it? Are we good? Okay. So when I met Alan, I invited him to, or when I was sometime after that, I invited him to be a speaker, because when things were good, when I was actually when things were a little bit more sane, I think I was helping Anthony Johnson get speakers for really both of those events. I really wanted to get Ed Lattimore, but I didn't get him on the first year. I got him on the second year. I got Tanner Guzzi. I got Goldman Unleashed. We had done work before. I got Christian McQueen. I got Alan Richard Currie. I got Rich Cooper. That's the first time I met Rich. I got Ryan Stone. That's the first time I met Ryan. I'm trying to think who else I got for the very first one, but Alan was at the top of my list. And the reason for that is because it was the first time I was really experiencing pushback, right? With what I've been writing in the blogs. I've been writing on So Suave for a long time. I had 2 books out. I had 3 by the time we got to the third book published in July of 2017. And so I had 3 by the time we got to the first 21 convention. And then I met him. Goddamn, and Rugby was trying to help me out here. I have some pictures of myself with Alan at that convention. And that was good times. And it was good. It was my first time really meeting people in the sphere. There we go. First time really meeting people in the sphere who, thank you very much, Sergey. I got to give you one of these. Thank you, Sergey. Yeah, there you go. All right. So I got him into the convention space, but and then of course, as everyone knows, all the shit that went down the night of the long knives in June of 2019. And unfortunately, that was sort of like what I think, because of Anthony Johnson's bullshit, that's kind of what, I don't know, I think it made like Alan a little bit more standoffish. And then also right around that time, I'm starting to notice the manosphere is, I don't say segregating, but for lack of a better term, it's segregating. And that's when I started noticing, like, say, the black manosphere versus the white manosphere versus the Latino manosphere and I started writing posts about that at that time too, because I think it's I think that does us no favors as men. If we're interested in men's self-improvement, then it needs to be in the interest of men. If we're going to talk about the sisterhood uber alles, and we can't talk about the brotherhood uber alles, if we can't separate the interests of men versus the interests of black men, this man, that man, whatever. If you're gonna segregate things, if you're gonna segregate the red pill, I will take issue with that, because I don't think that there needs to be any kind of segregation. Now, our lived experiences and our ethnic experiences and our racial, socioeconomic experiences different? Yes, absolutely they are. However, I don't think that is in any way a reason to segregate to sort of section off parts of the manosphere. You want to know about divide and conquer? That's how it gets done. So yeah, you need a Japan. I tell you, that's funny that you should say that. I'm still working out getting the scheduling right for getting Deepika Barjwan. I hope I'm saying her name right. She just did India's Sons, and it's a documentary on really. I want to say it's the false EPAR. Can I say it yet? No, the false EPAR epidemic. Let's just say that's sort of been going through, running rampant through Indian culture right now. I'm going to have her on. I'm going to see if I can get some clips of that too, because I think it's important to watch some of the clips for that. But that's a much bigger show than I can really apply myself to just yet, because I am going to Miami next week. I'll be on a flight actually tomorrow morning. I will be doing Fresh and Fit. I'll be on with Jedediah on Wednesday, Jedediah Bila. I'm going to be on Adam Sosnick's show on Thursday with Mike Sartain, who I use one of his clips in here. I will be doing, of course, Fresh and Fit. Both of us will be in various forms. I'll be doing the divorce show. I was actually going to do part of the divorce show on today's show, so I'll give you kind of a warm up to what I'm going to do with Myron. I usually do that when I'm getting to, into a nuts and bolts show with him, but with Alan's circumstances. So, but that will be coming up next week. I can't give you a hard and fast day on that just yet. That's coming up. And since we're also in Miami, we'll most definitely be on with Justin Waller. So lots of goodies, lots of good stuff, lots of good material, new content coming up from myself, Mike. And of course, we're doing this as sort of a, I don't want to call it a presser, but sort of go out there together. And we're going to be promoting Access Vegas, which is something that we've been sort of doing proof of concept, I think, up to this point. Access Vegas, we have 3 shows right now. Oh, in case you're wondering, the next one will be December 15th once we get back from Miami. And then we're also going to do another one, I think December 30th, which is our warm up to the New Year's Eve show. And then we've got some other really cool things planned for the new year, which we will be sort of like drip feeding you all next week to let you know what our plans are as far as the new show is concerned. And speaking of new shows, the Red Pill Lions really had an interesting 5-hour podcast. Guys, the sweet spot would be right about 2.5 hours for something like that. Just saying, but it was a brilliant concept. If you haven't seen it, go check out the Red Pill Lions podcast. I don't want to say it's not really a fresh and fit format, because what it is it's sort of a round table thing where it's guys discussing, and then they put women on the couches or on the sides there, and it's almost like this bet. It's almost like a red pill game show almost, where the guys are sitting there and they're talking, they're discussing like sort of red pill topics and everything, and the women, correct me if I'm wrong here, Mark, Rocky, and Kevin, but the concept is that the girls can like be in the room and they can like drink up to like have White Claws up to a point, and then until the point they've got an open mic for any of the girls that want to come up and step up and talk, but then they have to sort of see how long it is that they can go with keeping their mouth shut before they have to step up and say, as a woman, let me explain to you something. Like that's the basic concept. It was actually a really good discussion last night, and I thought it was entertaining from, if nothing else. But go check that out. It's on the Red Pill Lions podcast. So let's see. I've got a few things here that I wanted to get into with Alan. Alan and I, right around 2019, as I was saying before, I don't want to say we had a falling out, because we didn't really have a falling out. It was just we just started. There were certain people during that time that I just simply lost contact with as a result, because they drank the Anthony Johnson Kool-Aid at that time. And Alan, unfortunately, I think Alan tried to be neutral for a while, and then he wasn't, and then he was. So, and by the way, Pat Campbell was actually trying to be neutral for a while too, and I understand why, because guys and Donovan Sharp, who also has since then obviously apologized for it. You can also look at, say, someone like John from Bulldog Mindset, Sanmez. A lot of the guys who end up getting involved in the 21 convention end up getting burned as a result of that. And so then therefore what happens is I'll get a nice, email saying, hey, sorry, but I should have listened to you when I did. Ed Lattimore was another guy that I got into the 21 convention, who no longer wants to have anything to do with them as well. And also, by the way, clearly Jack Murphy was part of that whole situation too. So, but I did not get Jack Murphy on board. Jack Murphy actually got himself on that one. But there's a lot of conversation that was going on in the backgrounds at that time, and I understand why people had to be let's put it this way: I understand the motivation as to why guys had to sort of like be fence riders at that time, because they're trying to protect their brand. And the more foolish of them decided to sort of side with Anthony, and then eventually got burned. As you can see, most of the guys that were around back then are no longer around now as a result of that, because they told a pathological personality the word no. And that's the cardinal sin. But Alan was on with, I think he went right up until 2019, 2020, somewhere around there. And then I think he got a bad taste in his mouth as far as like the Manosphere in general. But he still promoted himself. I think he was still on board with Anthony for a while. I talked with him as late as, I'm trying to look at where my messages are with Alan. The last time I had contact with Alan, at least on let's see, when was the last time I had contact with him? I want to say it was just last year, as a matter of fact. No, it was 2021 is the last time I talked with Alan. I'm looking at this other stuff. He told me about when he got married. He ended up getting married. I'm going to show you some pictures here of his wife and his kid. His child was born 2 years ago. I believe the kid's 2, maybe it's 3 now. And that was Caden. And that's kind of why I'm a little kind of, if I seem low energy today, that's why. It's kind of rough for me to do these shows because I can remember when my grandfather was still alive, and sometimes I would have conversations with him. I didn't really have too much to say with my grandfather, but like with the conversations that we did have, I can remember a time when my grandfather was telling me it was really difficult for him to see his friends die. Like the friends that he'd known for a long time. And he was getting into his like late 70s or early 80s. He lived till he was 86. So, and I can remember him talking about how it was really kind of difficult for like when you get into your late 70s and 80s, that the people that you've known for a long time starts dropping like flies. And I think I understand what he meant back then, because it's really hard to see guys who I think had a lot left in them, a lot of more gas left in the tank. Clearly, a guy like Kevin Samuels had a lot of gas left in the tank. Pat Campbell most definitely had a lot of gas left in his tank. Alan Roger Currie had a lot of gas too. He was born, by the way, in 1963. So what would that make him? 59? He was just this side of 60, I believe. And by the way, that's right around when Pat Campbell passed away from brain cancer. And then, I should also point out, then there was Andrew, who was the private man, who passed away from cancer as well, another guy who had a lot of gas left in his tank. And most people don't even remember who Andrew was. He was, I don't say he was super influential, but I think his blogs are still up around now if you ever want to go back and look at those. But I go and I look at that, and I look at Kevin Samuels, died young. As far as I'm concerned, died young. I'm 54 years old. And he was just a touch older than me, I believe. And then I look at Pat Campbell, who was 7 years my senior, thereabouts. Pat Campbell was really a tough hit. That was a blow. I took one in the chin with that, because I could be talking with Pat, and then remember, Pat was lucid. He didn't die from like dementia. He didn't die from Alzheimer's. He didn't just sort of decay. He was still Pat right up until the end. And I think it's tough on guys, and it's tough on their on guy friends as well, to watch that happen and watch somebody. It's one thing to see someone who's aging and then decays kind of rapidly, and then there's the guy that you were talking to. Hell, I still have text messages from and by the way, and voice messages from Pat Campbell, which is really strange. My mother, for example, died 2 years ago. 2020, also on December 3rd, I should say. I still have voice messages from her. I still have, I was just listening to Voices from the Grave here with Alan Roger Currie with you guys just now. It's really kind of interesting. And that's why I titled today's show, Memento Mori here. Because that's Latin for, remember you will die. I mean, it's a trope really, but it's something that you sort of like have to step back and you have to look and say, what am I really doing? What is all this about? Do I care about doing certain things? Is it worth my while? Am I making a dent in the universe, or am I not? And if I do this certain thing, or if I make that certain decision, is that something that is like going to help me sort of leave a mark on planet Earth? And quite honestly, all men are equal when their memory fades, right? So I keep wondering who my pallbearers are going to be. I keep wondering who's going to deliver the eulogy at my funeral when by the way, I'm in perfectly good health, and I have no plans to self-delete either. So just saying, but it sort of puts things into perspective. I know guys right now who are very rich, wealthy men, who have become sort of blue pill, or have become red pill aware. They've sort of like put off that blue pill view of the world. I understand. I think I have a better grasp now at this age why guys will self-delete when they get zeroed out. The prospect of rebuilding themselves in a new paradigm is really, really hard. Yes, mode one. We should all put that one out. I should have made that the intro to today's show. Mode one. I remember that too, by the way. I can remember when he hit me up, he's like, we're going to do my show. Okay, cool. He's like, but I need you to like say mode one in the at some point in the things in the show. And I was like, okay, it was a radio thing. I didn't know. I had no idea. I was still sort of a media noob at that time. I didn't know. I didn't know audio or anything like that. I had yet to meet by this time. By the way, I met Alan long before I met Pat Campbell. Pat Campbell was one of my mentors, and I'll tell you, like going back and sort of sifting through all these pictures here, I think actually, this might be a good time to do this. Let me share the screen with you. Where'd it go? There we go. Oops, that's not what I want. Hold on 1 second. I want to give that one up just yet. Let's see. There we go. Well, okay, here we are. Got to call it up first. This is it's weird to do this. It's really weird to do this, but I'm going to do it anyways. So this is Alan Roger Currie's current mode one forever. And so if you go back, you can go back through his stuff down here. Like this is one of his earliest ones. When was this? March of 2016. And this is about the time that I met him. Somewhere around here. This is when I met Alan. And then, he was always very much self-promotion. This is all self-promotion. This, by the way, right here, this is where this was this 2017? Yes, 2017. So this is November 1st, 2017. And this was actually the first time I met Alan in person. And let's see what else we got here. The Negro Manosphere. Here you go. He got an award for the Negro Manosphere in 2017. Let's see where else. I think this was him flying back, or no, this is him October 11th, 2018. So this would have been Alan flying out to Orlando for the second one. And then, by the way, this picture, which you're probably seeing all over the internet right now, remember, this was in 2019. This was in November 20th, 2019. And this was he had a ruptured, highly infected gallbladder removed. I do not know what the cause of death was, but I wanted to show you guys this. This is his better half. This was the girl that he ended up marrying. And yes, there's, oops, sorry, my bad. There is quite the age difference here. As you can see, and like so. And where's the others here? Now, I think this is when they were dating at the time. Taking her out to, this was in January. So this really was the whirlwind romance here, just to say the least. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So I believe this is on a cruise or something that he was doing. And this was when I believe he proposed to her. I know her name. I'm not going to use it. You can go find it. I don't want to like sort of out anybody, but then, so he proposed, and here it is, proposed on February 14th, 2020. So on Valentine's Day of 2020, then that's when they decided they were going to get married. And then the baby was due June 5th, 2020. So perhaps that might have motivated things a little bit. And then, of course, here we are. He just got married. So he was married in July 17th of 2020. Now, remember, this is all at the height of COVID. So just throwing that out there. The baby was born. This is Caden, by the way. I can say Caden because it's already here. Caden was born on September 14th. I got a lot of the one time that we actually reconnected was around this time when Caden was born. And my first impression was, damn, this kid looks just like him. So he is survived by his now widow, unfortunately, and there he is right there. So yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough. Throw some others out here. This was just a little over a year ago. And then this was the last post, I believe. Is it? Yes. This was last September 14th, and the kid's now is 2. So Caden's now 2 years old at this point. And yeah, so that was the last of the. That was the last of it. Put myself back here. Yeah, it is a shame. And I feel like people need to understand and need to know this, because not enough people, I have to do stuff like this because as I said, my buzzword, my hallmark for this year is accuracy, and not enough people are being accurate. And not enough people are really, people think that when I insist on accuracy, or when I see like hustlers like Leah Heilpern, now I can call her a hustler. When I see people who are jumping into this space and they want to be respected. They want somebody to put some like respect on their name. They want some integrity. They want to seem like they know what the fuck they're talking about. I have to be the voice of reason in all this. And when shit like this happens, when one of my good friends, who's been a foundation, a milestone, a keystone in the Manosphere, passes away, and nobody knows what the hell, nobody understands the contributions, especially that Alan Roger Currie gave to the. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to be a little bit bold here, and this is my personal opinion. Honestly, I think Alan Roger Currie contributed more to the Manosphere than Kevin Samuels. And I mean that in the sense that he had more of a background. He had more time on the clock, had more skin in the game at that time. That's not to take anything away from Kevin, but when you go and you look at the old guard, when you go and you look at the guys who've been doing it for a long time. And by the way, I didn't know this. Did you know that Alan Roger Currie was in a movie? I looked it up on IMDb, and he was on, what the hell was he on? Man. Let's see. Where it's on IMDb. What was he on? Oh, it was he was a grand prize winner of the 1989 Chicago Miller Lite Beer Comedy Search Contest, and the same contest that launched the career of well-known comic Cheryl Underwood, not very well known, and 1 year later provided a jump start to the career of the late Bernie Mac, who was the 1990 grand prize winner. So this is actually from his bio. Actually, let me throw this on here. This is actually a pretty good one here. I had no idea. Jay Leno, was he? I didn't know. Let me throw this on here. This is actually pretty good. This is good content. Where'd it go? There we go. Can you see that? And there we go. So this is off of IMDb, if you can believe this. And okay. So his birthday was March 3rd. I've never had any idea that he was in any way a stand-up comedian at one point. Alan Roger Currie was born in Gary, Indiana, and is the youngest of two sons born to Clarence and Mildred Currie. Currie was the grand prize winner of the 1989 Chicago Miller Lite Beer Comedy Search Contest. The same contest that okay, so I already read that part to you. Currie's the author of the popular paperback Mode 1, Let Women Know What You're Really Thinking, which has attracted attention both domestically and internationally. He has appeared in a number of local regional television commercials in the mid to late 80s and early 90s, and has also hosted his own talk radio show entitled Upfront and Straightforward with Alan Roger Currie. As you can see, he's now survived, of course, by his wife, Jamila, and his son. I'm trying to see what else here. I did not know this. Alan is a member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity and attended Indiana University in Bloomington with Travis Smiley. Tavis Smiley. In 1989 and in 1990, Alan used to perform stand-up comedy in Chicago with his good friend Nasser Metcalf and the late Bernie Mac. Alan is the author of 5 books, which we already know about. Let's see. Alan has known Buddy Lewis since elementary school. Both grew up in Gary, Indiana. Alan once taught a college-level course in 2009 titled Dating for the 21st Century Singles at Indiana University in Northwest in his hometown of Gary, Indiana. 2 of Alan's biggest regrets: not being able to interview John Leslie on his podcast. And let's see. Leslie was someone Alan idolized as a teenager. And 2, respectfully declining an invitation to the Alfonso Ribeiro by Alfonso Ribeiro in 1995 to play golf one Saturday with the box office superstar Will Smith. Wow. How would that have changed things for Will Smith? Alan graduated from Wirt high school in 1981 in Gary, Indiana, and was a classmate of and was a classmate of talented musician Crystal Telefiero. In 1999, Alan once engaged in friendly sports video game competitions with Morris Chestnut at Chestnut's home in suburban Los Angeles. Both Currie and Chestnut attended the national John Madden NFL football game. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, you guys can go have a look at this. He's got some really good quotes. Honestly, I find this really interesting is that probably the best eulogy, the best way to even like sort of remember Alan was to go to his IMDb profile and check out what he's done in his life. And I think it's important to sort of remember this because, I mean, when you guys think that I'm coming at somebody or somebody comes at me or they want a piece of the rational male, right? They want a piece of the pie. And if I'm in any way like critical of them, then suddenly it's like, oh, he's got more sexual market value than you. Oh, he's more alpha than you. Oh, he's not married. He is married. Doesn't matter. Blah, blah, blah. Here, you're professionally jealous. Yada, 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 yada. And my response to that is always, well, you know, they want to say, well, where's your receipts, Rollo? Where's your receipts? I've got 5 books of receipts. I've got 21 years in the Manosphere worth of receipts. Alan Roger Currie had receipts, my friends. Definitely had receipts. Yeah, he died. Oh, by the way, he died. I want to say it was December 2nd. No, it was November 28th was the best date that I could find for Alan. So yeah, I'm not going to say that I always agreed with Alan. I think that was probably one of the best parts of like my sort of interactions with him was the fact that we knew we could disagree with each other and we weren't like trying to like, you know, ruin each other as a result of that up until the point where Anthony decided that he wanted to, you know, start his bullshit. But I hate to even have to bring that up at this point because we had such a good, I don't know, back and forth. We had good conversations back in the day anyways. And we could disagree and we didn't have to say, oh, it's because you're white. It's because you're black. It's because you're this, because you're that. It had nothing to do with that. It was just like, let's talk about what we're going to talk about. I joke with one of my fondest memories. One of my memories of, Alan was, I think I'd known him for about a year. Maybe it was like right after, maybe it was 2018, might have been 2018. Right after the 21 convention, then I told Alan, I said, you know what, Alan, I said, in any other time and in any other like era, whatever, you would make a great Baptist minister because his delivery was just like that. And I can remember I'd never seen him like speak publicly until like 2017 at the convention. And I'm like, damn, his delivery is just like a Baptist minister. So shout out to Alan, and yeah, I don't know. It's tough to do these shows. It really is. I'm going to get into some other stuff today too. I kind of want to get into the hypergamy side of things because that was one of the things that Alan was talking about. If you listen to the I could replay it for you if you want. One of the first conversations we ever got into back in 2015 is we were talking about the 80-20 rule. Now, do you understand why, like, when I get like crazy about like people being accurate about what the 80-20 rule is all about? Now, of course, back then we didn't have the scientific, you know, we didn't have the research. We didn't have Tinder to sort. Well, I mean, we had Tinder. Do we have Tinder then? Maybe we did. We didn't have the same kind of data sets that we have right now. We didn't have Dr. David Buss going and saying, well, it appears to me that 80% of women find, or women, 100% of women find 80% of men unattractive. Now we have the data. Now we have the research. Now we can go and we can point to like OkCupid stats. We can look at Tinder stats. We can look at all day online dating stats all day long. And we can say, oh, son of a bitch, those guys back in the red pill days, they were right. That's what I'm talking about. That interview right there was from 2015. I want to say it was mid 2015. That's when that was. Actually, when is it? Sorry, 2016. I'm looking at 2016. Let's see. Is it August? I'm trying to look if there's a date on the file here. Oh, no, April 1st, 2016. So as far back as then, we were already talking about this stuff. As far back as then, we were talking about the ins and outs of hypergamy. As far back, well, really, actually, even before that. So when people start talking about, oh, well, don't you know that 80% of guys are left with 20% of women, and it's just this mishmash of bullshit. And it's like, that's why I aim for accuracy. That's why when I get come up, so like this red pill Ricky guy or whoever the fuck Adam decided to like ruin his show with last week wants to come up, or wants to be a come up. It's like, okay, come at me, come whoever you want to come at. Just come correct. Just fucking have some background. At least, at the very least, educate yourself. At the very least, understand what the concepts are about. Because if you're going to come at me, I'm going to ruin you on concepts. Because I've been doing this for a long time. Alan was doing this for a long time. Kevin, more or less, was doing it for a long time. There's a lot of people who are in the sphere right now who know their shit. And they look at you and they laugh at you. Because they know that you see this as a grift. I'll tell you this right here, man.
Is one of the most evil terms I have ever heard.
Leia, give it a rest. We know you. We know Andrew Tate alpha widowed you. We got it. It's okay. Go back to Bitcoin. Go back to crypto. Really, I enjoyed my interview with you. It was fun. You're a wonderful young lady. But really, if you're going to, if this is the pivot, come correct, please. Same thing with
have gut fat are perceived to be better fathers. This is compared with the guy that's in good shape.
Really? Chris Williamson, Rob Henderson, for that matter, come correct. If you're going to talk shit about the Manosphere, you're going to talk shit about the red pill. Understand that there's still people that are involved in the Manosphere that were there when you were watching Jimmy Neutron on freaking Nickelodeon. We've been talking about this for a very, very long time. So come correct, please. This is why I lose my mind on shit like this. I really do. And it's not because it's like, oh, you must be professionally jealous. He's got more money than you. He's got more likes, more subs, more followers, more whatever. No, I just want you to be fucking accurate. Because when I die, these are the sons of bitches you're going to be left with. When Alan's gone now. So thank God there's some people to pick up the flag and carry on. And that's what I think that's the main thrust of all this. I'll get off my high horse now. What do we got here? Thanks. If you could build the red pill Mount Rushmore, who would be on it? Do I only get 4 guys? Only get 4 guys. Red pill Mount Rushmore. Hard to say. I mean, up to that, like if we're going to build it today, am I going to sound like an egotistical fuck if I say me? If I say put me on there? I would definitely put, let's see. You would have to put somebody who was like, I think about the Manosphere in terms of like, say some from like year 2000 to 2022, like the end of 2022. I would definitely put, who would be on there? That's hard. That's a really tough question to put on there. If I go and I say, well, you should put Rolo, Rich, well, would it not be the 4 R's or the 3 R's at least? Here's who I will put on there. I don't know what Royce looks like, so I can't really say. But I would definitely put Roosh. I would put myself, and I would put Royce on there. And then Dalrock. If you could only get 4, those would be the 4. At least in my book, anyways. Okay. So, he's an egotistical son. Yeah, okay. I'm going to be conceited an egotistical son of a bitch because I know the history. I know what was going on at the time. That's why we were the 4 R's of the Manosphere. Now, do I think Roosh should be on there now? No, but his founding material was enough that I would say, yeah, he belongs on the Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore. What we call it? We can't call it Mount Rushmore. Somebody has to come up with a new name for it. John Anthony is the latest 21 casualty. Yes, I've been watching. And of course, it's delicious irony to just sort of sit back and eat popcorn and watch this whole thing implode, especially knowing that it's Alex from Playing with Fire who's like ruining him too. And I'll tell you, man, there's nothing worse than dealing with like autistic, functionally autistic people who have been given a platform, who believe that their ego and their personality is intimately wrapped up with their brand. Oh, I make money at this, so therefore I'm a genius. Oh, I'm a millionaire, so therefore I'm a genius. No, you're still a spurg. You're still that way. And here's the real test. Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that success? What is your contribution? This is great. I counted 20 speakers dropped and smeared. I am amazed. Richard Grannon and Sean T. Sean Smith is the one that I'm like, that's got to be a domino to fall. Also, can somebody confirm this? Because I've heard some rumors as well as that Socrates is no longer a part of the 21 convention. That I would like to know. Yeah, I'm surprised Dr. Sean Smith is still involved in all that. Yeah, assuming he is, I don't know. Scream Feast. I do agree that there should be no division between the manosphere because hypergamy is universal. However, red pill teaching should be tailored to different cultures in accordance to their norms and values. That I think the delivery is one thing, but I think that the core purpose and the core message needs to remain the same. I will repeat this again because I wrote about this in hold on one second, John. I wrote about this probably 2016, I think. The red pill needs to remain fundamentally a-religious, a-social, apolitical, a-ethnic, or a-racial, right? It needs to stay neutral in all of that. I realize that is very difficult to do. But intersexual dynamics is something that men and women share irrespective of what region you happen to be born in and what culture you happen to be born in. It's just a different context. It's expressed or it's repressed, whatever, in a different context, but it's still there. That's the operative state. So that's why I say it's almost a divide and conquer tactic when you can say, well, those guys aren't the real red pill because, you know, in the black manosphere, we talk about this. Okay, but that I can go and say, okay, well, you're talking about, I'm not saying taking anything away from that. I can say you're talking about a principle, let's say hypergamy, alpha widows, war brides, something like that, something along those lines. I have, by the way, I have audio of Kevin Samuels using my vernacular, right? He uses war brides all the time. He talked about alpha widows. Like, and the alpha widow guy, people don't even know where the alpha widow came from. That was this guy. What would you like me to point you to the chapter in the book where I wrote it? Good. I'm glad people are disseminating it. I'm glad it's getting out there into the broader world. But when I hear that, I go, okay, can you focus on the principle rather than on who came up with it? Can we focus on the principle rather than like, well, this is what my culture or my context, whatever it is, owns? No, you don't own it. Like the concept is still it's universal to everybody. How you deliver that, okay, that's fine, cool. Please do. That's why when I go on Fresh and Fit, I'm not like there going like, oh, you know what? I don't even think in terms of like age. I don't think in terms of race. I think, oh, he's colorblind. I'm not colorblind, not at all. I'm a white 54-year-old dude sitting in a Lamborghini, a convertible Lamborghini, with a little white Shiba Inu with Hero on my lap. And I've got Fresh, who's 29, 30 years old, dark as I am white. And we're driving around Miami. Do you think that I think in any way, like have any, like, you know, I'm in any way, you know, self-conscious about that? No. I love Fresh. That's why I kind of move up next to him so we have some contrast when we're on the show. But when we're in the show, we're talking about universal concepts. That's the point of it. That's the whole point of it. I think it's tragic that we even like have to even like think about it in those terms. I've been working with Fresh and Fit. Like hell, I've known Myron since 2020. And I've been going on his show. I've been going on Fresh and Fit. I was one of the first guests on Fresh and Fit back in 2021. I remember when they were picking me. I remember when Fresh and Fit were picking me up. Myron Fresh picked me up in a rented Land Rover from the Fort Lauderdale airport in January of 2021. And they told me that, oh, we rent cars because we don't really want to own cars around here. I'm like, okay. And then by August of 2021, like Fresh had bought his first McLaren. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's okay, really. I'm fine with it. But when I'm talking with these guys and when we're connecting and we're sharing concepts, I'm going to do a show with Myron about divorce. Do you think I care whether he's black or he's white or he's red or he's purple? I don't give a fuck. He's a dude. He's a man. That's the problem. Guys need to have some sort of solidarity, and we got no fucking solidarity right now. John, it was weird to read about myself in book 1. Thanks for the pseudonym. Keeping it real. I'm keeping it. I'll have to pull back the curtain for you on the story. Maybe it'll help others. Okay, cool. Thank you, John Dredd. Mark Martin. Alan Roger Currie was more red pill than Kevin Samuels, and Kevin Samuels was either blue pill, purple pill, using the model of shaming, blaming, and explaining to women into marriage. I don't know if I would call. I think I would say, if you really want my opinion on this, I'm going to give you opinion here. This is unvarnished opinion here. You got to remember that, and I liked Kevin Samuels quite a bit. I spoke to him on a couple of occasions before he passed. I was supposed to actually go and do a show with Kevin in March, I think, March or April of 2021. And that was right before there was kind of some friction between Kevin and Fresh and Fit. And so I never got to do that. If I have any sort of if I wish I could get a do-over, I really wish I would have done something with Kevin before then. But I know that Kevin has, used my name several times in lots of his stuff. So I'm okay with that. But if you go back and you look at Kevin's, you can still do it right now if you want. If you go back and look at Kevin's YouTube channel and you go back to 2015, the dude looks like Urkel. And he's got, he's got the bow tie and everything and the suspenders and everything. And he was, I think he was selling, or his show revolved around men's fragrances. And it was all about colognes and stuff for a very long time. And then he got into men's style, and then he started to pick up a little bit more steam with that. And then right around 2018, 2019, I think, is when he pivoted over to Manosphere / Red Pill stuff. And I don't know what prompted him to do that. So I would agree to a certain extent that probably back when he was in 2014, 2015, when he got started, yeah, he was probably more blue pill. Then maybe he became more purple pill, and then became more red pill after that. Now, would he have kept on going and doing stuff? I don't know, but there was a progression there. You can see the progression on his YouTube channel. I like Kevin. I thought it was great. I'm happy that, when I talk about the red pill, I say it's crowdsourcing. It's open source code. Please go do. All I want is accuracy. Stick to the accurate. Make sure the code works. Make sure you're sticking to the source material. But go and put your spin on it. Go and do your own thing. I have no problem with that. All I'm looking for is accuracy at this point. Let's see. And Mark, let's see. When it came to sex, Alan Roger Currie was non-judgmental to women and be honest and upfront to a woman you encounter is interested in you going around instead of being around the bush. Yes. Okay. So that, Mark, I'm going to get back to you on that one because that's sort of my next topic here. Because one of the biggest problems, so people say, well, what about you and locking horns with Alan Roger Currie over direct game and indirect game? I will explain that to you. If you've read my 5th book, you already understand that. I actually used Alan's name, and I used mode 1 as an example in, oh, there we go. Hey, hold on. Wait. There you go. There you go. Thanks, VP, for the $200. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. And here you get your one more time. Thanks, man. Every damn show, right? Mark Martin. Oh, by the way, Alan did an episode on his own channel on how he felt about Kevin Samuels before Kevin Samuels passed, and it was not pretty. It was the truth. Yeah. There was also, I think it was it Brittany Venti who did, and this was way long before Kevin passed, but Brittany Venti did a full background check episode on Kevin Samuels, and it wasn't pretty. So you can take what he said during, let's say, the time when Kevin Samuels was Kevin Samuels. You can take that and say, hey man, he was instrumental in the red pill, great. But you also can look at his background. That's what I'm doing here with Alan, by the way. I think Alan had a pretty good background. Right. I mean, if you look at the stuff that he's done, if you look at the impression and the mark that he's left on the manosphere and the red pill space, in the dating space, and if you want to say the Negro manosphere, okay. But if you look at the body of work that the man left behind, I think that I think you can see the quality and the character and the integrity of that guy. Okay. That I think is more important than anything else. When people ask me, Rollo, you just want recognition, or you just want to be, you're professionally jealous. You just want to get your flowers, Rollo. No, I'm not really interested in that. Again, like I said, accuracy, because you probably heard me say this before, and I'll say it right here because I've said this in pretty much every memorial show, is it's not the trophies on your shelf that define you as a man. It's your body of work. It's when you stand before God, right? When you're at the end of your days, you say, what have you done? What have you done with your life? What did you do with the potential you had? And I think, what do they say? What the definition of hell is dying and then accounting for the things you could have done that you didn't do. And I really, right around the time, I think I was 48, 49 years old, and I started thinking, okay, I'm 50. I kind of have to reassess my life. And I was looking back and I was thinking, okay, what have I done up to this point? What can I do more? Because my father died when he was like 72, and he died from complications of dementia and Alzheimer's. He had early onset, and my father prided himself in his intellect. And that was really devastating to watch, because watch my dad kind of like mentally decay before my eyes. When people ask me like, how come you think President Biden has got dementia? Trust me, I lived with it for 15 some odd years with my father. I know the signs. He's got them. But yeah, I think that when we are, I think the assessment, the amount, how, if you want to ever say, well, I got to be a good judge. I want to discern this man's character. I want to be a good judge of character. It's one thing to go, okay, well, you can be a guy and you can judge a woman's character. Easy. But when it comes to like being red pill about guys, and trust me, I have not been the most red pill about guys, as Ryan will point out all over and over and over again. Thanks. But yeah, Cappy definitely belongs on Rushmore, but I think that's a different Rushmore. Cappy's good. I know. Don't get me wrong. Like, if I was going to make a Mount Rushmore, and I remember I only got 4. There's only 4 faces on Mount Rushmore. Okay, so I only got 4 to work with. If you want me to say, okay, well, you got 10. Well, yeah, he'd definitely be in that number. But the definition, I say the overall accumulation of a man's life is really, what has he done? And I'm not saying you have to live this super long life. You may have done some very heroic and very impactful things in a short amount of time. But at the end of the day, it's not the accolades and it's not the trophies on your shelf. It's the body of work. And I think that that's something that most guys, and particularly young guys right now who are struggling with trying to figure out what's masculinity and what's masculine. I don't know. I'll just do whatever I want to. The guys who are struggling with defining masculinity for themselves, or they're struggling with or like maybe they're self-loathing as a result of toxic masculinity. Thank you very much, Leia. If that is the case, I think one of the most devastating parts of that is understanding the fact that your potential will come back to haunt you. If women have a digital footprint, which is like, I as you know, I just did the show on what the hell was her name, Mia Khalifa. And I think it's laughable that like you see these women in OnlyFans, or you see, and they don't have to be OnlyFans, they could be just like Instagram thoughts, right? But women in porn, women in OnlyFans, women on Instagram, whatever, they have a digital footprint that doesn't go away, that can be found, right? Men have that too. It might not be selling your ass on OnlyFans, but there is a digital footprint for you as well. And the way that is measured is by what your accomplishments are. Did you live up to the potential that you actually had? And so when people come at me and they go, oh, Rollo hates the black pill. Rollo hates MGTOWs. Why is he's into this masculine shaming just like chicks. My concern with MGTOW, black pill, MRAs, hell, even tradcons really, is guys not realizing until it's too fucking late that it's about your potential, that it's about what could you have done, your life that could have been. I'm not saying go jump in the fire. I'm not saying go, oh, he's leading guys to the slaughterhouse. Thanks. Okay. Once again, I'm not saying that. I'm saying is that if that's the decision that if you decide that that's your prescription in life, it's the black pill or it's MGTOW or whatever, fine. Show me your work. Show me what you're building. Because according to that prescription, if you don't have much to show, then I can't really get behind that. Sorry, guys. I am not going to get behind that. If anything's going to tear you down, if anything that's going to put you on your deathbed and you're going to go, well, my life that could have been, it doesn't matter. It's all what? Shadows and dust. Maximus. Shadows and dust. Yeah. It once was a dream that was the Manosphere, but this ain't it. What is this? I want to bring back the dating game, but with a red pill slant. Go talk to the guys in Red Pill Alliance. Would that be a good to bring men and women back together? No, it wouldn't. You know why? Because because you'll lose control of that show and it will be taken over by women who will then turn your male space of a quote unquote dating show into a chick thing. That's why. Beware of people owning your stuff, coming back to haunt you. I think one of the reasons, you think so? Yeah. Hotep Jesus is still a good friend. Still love Brian like a brother. That was a good show, wasn't it? That was the first time, by the way, that was the first time I met Hotep too. And you know what? Let me tell you something. If Hotep dies tomorrow, I'll be the first one to do a eulogy. I'll be the first one to do exactly the same thing. And again, I'm looking at what? Not even a little over 1,000 live views. I know, but this is what is necessary. You have to do this. You have to give an accounting for your life, right? Remember, you will die, but remember your potential. What are you going to get done before then? Wando, I hate to correct you, but you were galling it Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore. God damn it, dude. Come on now. Really? Here, you know what? The Alpha Widow observation explains so much of female behavior that confused me in the past. Thank you for opening my eyes. Thank you very much for that $10 super chat, my friend. Let's see. What else do we have here? I lived in Mexican culture for 3 years. I noticed the security side of hypergamy being roll through close-knit family with the help of girls I've dated. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what's funny is Latin cultures, like people will say, well, not my culture, Rolo. Hypergamy exists in your culture. It's just expressed in a different context. I've had people tell me stuff like, what is it? I'm a Muslim, right? I live in Muslim culture, and I realize that's a hot button topic right now. I don't have a problem with Muslims ever. In fact, I have called quite a few of them friends. I have a Quran that's right over here, given to me by Abu American. But when I hear guys talk about like, oh, well, it can't happen here. Well, then it does happen there. When you go and you see what's going on in Iran, when you see what's happening in Saudi Arabia, it's like, it's what was it? The rot of all principle begins with a single compromise. And that is something I believe I use that quote in my fourth in religion. But it's just this sort of, you can apply that, by the way, not just to like the spread of feminism or the spread of like gynocentrism or whatever. You can also apply that to other systems. So when you're looking at, you look at the Manosphere, it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. Everybody wants to get into it. One of the things I'm going to talk about, by the way, with Jedediah Bila on Wednesday, and probably with Adam as well, and hopefully Adam is going to watch today's show because I'm going to dig into this red pill Ricky dude. Just very briefly, trust me, we're not going to go that. We're not going that deep, but I think if you're going to make the Manosphere or the red pill your home, you owe a debt of gratitude or debt of respect. And in that, I mean, you'd owe the people who have come before you to be accurate, to understand what you're getting yourself into. Because you'll be, again, you will see, I made this prediction a couple episodes ago. I think that you will see probably about midway, maybe summer of 2023, maybe a little later. You will see an exodus from the Manosphere if it follows to form. Right now, it's like the intersexual dynamic topics are a huge draw. And it took people like myself, it took people like Myron, it took people like Alan Roger Currie, it took people to really sort of take a chance and put their ass out on the line to even be able to have those conversations in the first place. The only reason, Adam Sosnick keeps quoting like Rise of the She Economy from Morgan Stanley, the only reason he knows that is because I've been on his show and I quoted it while I was on the show, and now he's, or it's constantly, parroted back all the time. But the concept, the long and the short of it, is that if you're going to do these things and you're not going to exit the sphere and mid 2023, then at least understand where all this stuff is coming from. At least like you owe it to yourself, if this is going to be your hustle. You owe it to yourself to at least show some respect to the guys who came before you, who took a way bigger chance than you did at that time. People will say, Rollo, why do you take the name Rollo Tomasi? That's not your real name. You're not Italian. Like, I'm Italian. Really? Look. Do I look Italian? Am I dark enough to be Italian? Am I dark enough to be anything other than like some pasty white Nordic, dude of Danish? I'm really Danish, right? That's my Danish descent. I'm from Denmark. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm a Viking or thereabouts, right? Trust me. But the thing is like when I took the name Rollo Tomasi, it was because it was reminiscent of the character, the fictional character that was in the 1997 blockbuster hit LA Confidential. Great movie. Go watch it. It'll blow your mind. The reason I took Rollo Tomasi as the name is because he's the guy that gets away with his crimes. It was a general purpose name that was it Ed Exley? Am I saying it right? Yeah, Ed Exley. He was one of the characters in there. He mentions that he mentions Rollo Tomasi in the movie, and I thought it was great because it sort of gives a name to sort of a nebulous figure. And the reason why I took it is not because I'm trying to get away with something, right? No, it's because I was getting away with the crime of actually speaking out against like the gynocracy at that time, feminism. Because right then, if you go and you look at the history of like say somebody like Roosh, or not, well, Roosh too, I guess, but like Royce. One of the reasons Royce left his blog was because he got doxxed, he got outed, and it was because it was a very dangerous time. You could be Jessica Valenti and write militant feminist articles all day long, but you could not be. You had to be underground. The red pill was underground. When we were talking about talking on Myron and Fresh's show, Rollo, do you think that the red pill is going to go mainstream? And I said, I hope not. The reason I say I hope not because I was there 3,000 years ago, Gandalf. I was there and I saw what you had to do. That's why I took the name Rollo Tomasi, because you had to be very careful. You still have to be really careful today. Not maybe not as much as you did, but the long and the short of it is that there's a lot of people that risked a lot, family, money, careers, because they were going against what we now call the woke. We kind of take it for granted, but you got to remember that back in the day, the woke mobs would what's called brigade you, right? They would find some way to sort of out you at your work, or out you at your church, or out you at how swatting was a thing, was a weapon of the woke. I can remember when Mike Cernovich got swatted when he lived in Las Vegas. Probably a lot of people don't even remember that. So when I look and I see Tim Pool get swatted 8 times, I go, once I can believe, twice, that's pretty incredible. 8 times, that's a grift. Sorry, that does not pass the smell test, Tim. And yes, I did see the Kanye thing, which also doesn't pass the smell test. I'll get into. You want me to talk about that? I'll talk about that in a minute. Let me see if I can catch up here. Okay, I'm looking at you guys today. Thomas, on the topic of responsibility authority, is there any data that shows the workplace has become more communal and less of a meritocracy? Yeah, I would have to go dig up the research for you, but I know that there's stats for it. What was it? What the heck's the kid's name? He's a podcaster. I've done some shows with him before. He's actually a better resource for it. His name escapes me right now. I've personally seen this in the workplace. Yeah. There are stats. I would have to go, look them up for you. But the point is that the American workplace has become more sort of feminized, let's say, simply because we've put women into male space. And as a result of that, as a result of accommodating women's needs, feelings, we've empowered women to become these sort of independent, strong, independent women. And so we take that. So we have to take that to its logical conclusion, right? So we put them into the American workplace. Well, what do they do when they get in there? Are they just as competitive as men? Are they just, no, that women tend to focus on the work conditions. That's why you have companies that never had like pregnancy leave. And I'm saying this is actually a good thing. I never had pregnancy leave. You put women into the situation. They say, we really need to get pregnancy leave as a benefit. Okay, good. Most companies out, foreign companies will do that too. That I can get behind. Then you got Bagel Tuesdays. And then you got talent shows, and then you got ball pits for, break time. And then you got, childcare, and then you got any further and further. Well, we got away with that. So let's see what we can get away with next, because women organize societies communally. Men organize them in meritocracies or hierarchies, I should say. And that's really how capitalism works, is hierarchy. Capitalism is hierarchical, if nothing else. Capitalism is in no way communitarianism. So it's based on hierarchies. It's based on meritocracy. Ideally, it's not always, of course, it can be corrupted and very dysfunctional, of course, but so can communitarianism. So when you look at the difference between how men and women organize societies, you can translate that to everything from the military to religion to the American workplace. I should do a show on that. Should I do a whole show on that? Probably not. I am descended from Odin himself. You are correct about that, Roosh. Thank you. Would you like me to show you the picture of Roosh where he's dressed as Jesus Christ? Mr. Got Plenty, with all of the hit videos and trash talking that's been done in the Manosphere, is it possible to mend the hurt, or are we destined to stay divided? Good question. Are we destined to stay divided? No. Where we don't. Do we lack the will to be united? Probably. I can explain to you why. And it has nothing to do with intersexual dynamics, it has everything to do with human nature. So what you do is, if you base your brand, your own personal brand, on your ego, but you base your own personal brand on not an ideological position, but you base it on sort of like an opinion, or you base it on whatever, the moment that somebody has a problem with your opinion, or they have a problem with your data, or they have a problem with the premise, the concept that you based your brand on, and that you receive money from, that you actually you're dependent on the revenue, that's when that attack is not about the issue so much as it is about a personal attack on you. It gets back to what's called ego investment. Well, what is ego investment? When we invest our egos in something, it is usually a belief. So it could be a political thing. It could be a social thing. It could be your family. It could be it's most definitely red pill and blue pills, most definitely about intersexual dynamics. But you think about all the things that build up a man's character, or, well, a woman too, people's characters or their personalities. They're not usually based on peer-reviewed, meta studies over the course of 10 years by, reputable researchers and done at, Texas A&M, whatever, from a college, everybody has some sort of respect for. People don't build their worldview or their values on data. They build it on what they've been told, what they believe, their shared experiences and their lived experiences. I know people hate it when I use that term, but the experiences that they have, the belief sets that they have, do not come from cite me the sources, brah. They don't come from metadata. They don't come from research. Very few people change their mind about something that is very integral to their personality, an ego invested belief that's integral to their personality. I would love to see I doubt you'll ever be able to find research on this, but very few people will change their mind because somebody says, you know what, those data sets look more accurate than what I believed. Oh, I don't know, my whole fucking life. So I'm going to change my mind about that. People will be much more resistant to things that are integral to their personalities, because what it does is it forces them to change their mind about themselves and not necessarily about the issue or the topic, right? So if I go and say, okay, you've believed your entire life that the sky is green, and somebody says, well, clearly it's blue. Here it is. Here's the empirical studies. I've taken some pictures. Here's the meteorological data. Here's why it is, because there's oxygen, whatever it is. I can, express it in black and white empirical terms. And if your entire personality and who you are as a person is invested in the sky being green, for somebody to come and attack that the sky's actually blue, it's not an attack on the sky, the being blue, it's an attack on you. if you feel personally attacked as a result of that. Now, take that principle of ego investment and apply it to the social media age where everybody is generating revenue and they are literally, their livelihoods are dependent on the sky being green. And some smart ass comes along and says, I got a red pill for you, brother. It's actually blue. You're probably going to go and stick to your guns because you need to keep that money coming in. And if your revenue's attached to it, your personality is attached to it, your ego is attached to it, probably your relationships with maybe your wife or your friends or your church or whatever, they're attached to that too. So yeah, it becomes really, really difficult. So are we destined to stay divided as a result of that? I don't think we are, but I think that it's certainly an uphill battle, put it that way. Let's see. Anybody else? I almost feel like I'm doing Q&A today. I always hear others simply echoing Rollo. Rollo, I noticed. Thank you. Well, say my name. Nefarious, these new cats come through thinking they brand new when they borrow the same concepts established by the OGs. Pay your dues, youngins. Youngins, thank you.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
They lack depth when asked to explain their beliefs. Most of them do. By the way, yes, I did watch that Ricky Red Pill, whatever the dude, that come up guy. By the way, we're gonna take Ricky to the woodshed here just to sort of nip this one in the bud a little bit. But I thought it was fantastic. If you haven't seen it, it was Friday, and it was on Adam Sosnick's show, and I think he's changed the format too because he's in a different setup now. But some dude on there, Ricky Red Pill, whatever his name is. Yeah, when Natalia knows more about the red pill than you do, it's time to change. It's time to pivot, my friend. Let's see. Women in corporate America are not very communal. They are gifted management positions, but then bully other women. EU is enforcing gender quotas in boardrooms. Of course they are. You would like to think so. I would say this though. Remember, you're also looking at women in corporate are not very communal. They are, because they've had 40, 50 plus years of turning the American, well, at least American. I don't know about the Ireland. Are you from Irish? Are you in the EU? I don't know about the EU, but I know here we've experienced 60 some odd years since the sexual revolution. Those workplaces are already changed, my friend. They're already done. They're already been converted and assimilated. Thoughts on Jedediah's conversation with Vincent Harrenham? Okay, so another come up. Vincent Harrenham, another come up. Well, I don't want to say like Rob Henderson. I really like Rob. I don't want to call him a come up. He's kind of in a different wheelhouse. I got more respect for Rob, I think. Vincent needs to say my name a little bit more often. And I don't mean that. Again, I'm like, oh, he's being an egotistical fuck. No. Pretty much everything that Vince, all the stats and all the stuff. He's actually, I remember seeing him on Michaela Peterson's show. And he essentially was rattling off the same stuff that Rob Henderson talks about. I know where he's getting his data because it's coming from the same source. Let's see. Steve Stewart Williams, Rob Henderson, David Buss, probably Rolf Dengen too. Where's he pulling the stats from? Same place I'm pulling stats from. So he says it nicer than I do. All right, go ahead. Follow him. It just doesn't seem like he's gleeful. I don't know. I'll tell you what was a worse interview was Jedediah and Leah Halpern. That only lasted like an hour and 4 minutes. She usually goes a lot longer than that. I guarantee you, we will outlast an hour and 4 minutes when I go on Wednesday. Vince, I don't have a problem with the guy, but I think he wants to. Here's what gets me about Vince. Okay. Now, Vince, if you're watching, let me just give you a little bit of constructive criticism here. When he was on with Michaela, he was using my name. He brought his, what do you think about the red pill in the Manosphere? Right? Like she gave him that question. And he was much more complimentary back then. He was like, yeah, I think they got a lot of stuff right. Yada, yada, yada. Rollo Tomasi, this. He was using terminology and vernacular that I use all the time. He was still using the same thing with Jedediah, right? So it's okay when it comes out of his mouth, but it's not okay when this asshole has something to say about it. No, just because I don't have a degree in statistics doesn't mean that the same data that I'm using that you are is any more or less accurate. But when he was on with Michaela, it was much more, I think, more complimentary. Like he was saying, "Oh, I got to give him his props because he went and they're not wrong about these things." Then he goes on with Jedediah, and I realize at this point that Vince has an arrangement or something with Peterson Academy right now. And so he can't be as complimentary as he was about a year ago. And so I was anxious to see him again because I know he was on Chris Williamson's show and I know he was on Jedediah's show just recently. And it's the same thing. He was having the same interview with Jedediah that he had with Michaela. Same interview that he had with Chris Williamson. The same data, same stuff. See, they covered the same fucking topics even. Nothing new, nothing novel there. The tone and the delivery is different, though, because now those Manospheres are fuckwits. Yeah, we don't want to have anything to do with them. We don't want that. Well, yeah, we got to get these guys. This Manosphere stuff is all over me. I got to get it off. Like whatever your delivery is, get a new grift, please. Like, I got a degree. You know who has a degree in economics? Aaron Clarey. Get him on the show for fuck's sake. Get Jason Hartman on your show, Jed. He's got a degree in, he's been an entrepreneur and a real estate genius for forever, and he's red pill as fuck. You want to talk to him, but you'll talk to Vince. I don't know what else to do for you. And so you want to pivot into this space, at least educate yourself. It's a constant fucking job, man. Constantly staying on top of this stuff. Hey, Soralita, my girl. Hey,
y'all.
Thank you. I did say she was a bad mother. I will say it again. You know what? Soralita, just because you reminded me of that, I think I might have to bring that up on Jed's show because I know they've been talking. I half expect them to spring something on me. I talked to Rob, their booker, and I said, Rob, just be straight with me. I said, if you're gonna throw somebody, you're gonna ambush me with somebody, at least give me have the common courtesy to give me a reach around, right? Tell me who I'm gonna go. Oh, suddenly hey, look who just showed up in the door. It's Destiny. Okay, I'm ready to go. Just tell me it's gonna happen. It's the same thing. I mentioned this too as Rob is their booker for Valuetainment, and I remember watching CGA explaining to lead attorney about how he had arrived at the Valuetainment Studios, and he didn't know Hafiz was going to be there. He didn't know he was going to have that exchange. It's just YouTube Blood Sports. It's Andrew Worski. Am I right? Is that the guy? Anyways, it's Worskiism, right? It's YouTube Blood Sports. Haha, you didn't know he's coming. Surprise, motherfucker! Here he is, Hafiz. Don't tell me. At least just give me a heads up. Because I'm fine with it. Just give me a heads up. I have to expect something like that to happen this week. So just saying, maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. Who knows? Yeah. So, anyways, getting back to Alan Roger Currie. Big respect to Alan. He was definitely a contributor. He was definitely I think he was one of the bigger names in the sphere. And I think that we too easily forget how we got to this point. And even when you go and when people quote me like, hey, Kevin Samuels was a great man. Oh, okay. But whose shoulders was he standing on? Whose shoulders am I standing on? Oh, Tom Likas. Yes, I have given Tom Likas his flowers in at least two of the first two books for sure. Patrice O'Neill. Okay. Comedian, good guy. I understand. Great. But it is what it is. Well, what about mystery? What about the RSD and the players? Yeah, fully. I talk about them in the books. You have to read the fucking books to understand that background, but nobody wants to these days. How come he doesn't talk about Tom Likas?
Dump that bitch.
You mean the sound drop that I have right here on the freaking stream deck? I talk about him all the time. And Anun Kun San. Red Pill Beaner here. Cool. Just got on the live stream. We'll watch what I missed after the stream is over. I found ARC, or Alan Roger Currie, through you and Richard Cooper. Yeah, by the way, Rich has done multiple interviews with Alan Roger Currie. His book changed my life as much as your book did. Good. Sucks that he won't see his 2-year-old. That's the hard part. That's the kick in the teeth in all of this. Is he's leaving behind a son. Now, can I speculate here? Because I'm probably I don't want to get myself into trouble. I'll probably get into trouble. But judging from the youth of his wife, let's just say there's definitely a multi-generational difference between he and his wife. I'm wondering if he didn't know this was coming. I'm wondering if like by 2020, he's like, you know what? Got this really sexy girl. I want to have a baby. I want to leave. I think that is his only son. I'm pretty sure. I don't think he was married before. I'm pretty sure he wasn't. I don't know. I could be wrong. But it would follow. I would do it. If I knew that I only had like 2 years, 3 years to live, I would have done exactly the same thing. I got a hot piece of ass here. I'm gonna marry her. We're gonna go on these trips and do all this other stuff. You know, keep living life as you do. And I know I'm gonna have a kid. Okay, I'm gonna have a kid with her. Great. I'm not saying that's how it went down, but that's how I would do it. If I was in the same situation, that's exactly how I would have done it. Corporate system wants women to stay off pregnancy to make money because women make up 80% of the consumer base. It's a reinforcing. Yes, it is. Is it the nefarious, let's see, Kanye West, those other guys? Is it the elves? Is it the Rockefellers? Is it the Balenciaga? Is it the cult of baby eating, Moloch worshipping, Jeffrey Epstein Island going Illuminati, Svengali puppet masters? No, you know what? You want to know what it is? It's us. It's human nature. It's us it's humans being fucked up humans is what it is. Let's see. Would you and Robert Kiyosaki collaborate on a book and call it Red Dad, Blue Dad? We all wish that we would do like, yeah. Yeah. I don't know how much I can say about this. I'm going to have Robert on Access Vegas. We've already got plans. It probably won't be until like January. Robert just had open heart surgery, and I think he's pretty open about that. I don't think he would mind me saying something about it, but it's for the second time. And again, one of the reasons why I feel like I got to do a memorial show for Alan Roger Currie is because I shouldn't have to do this until I'm 80, like be a little bit more sort of put out because my friends are dying. And I'm not saying that's what's happening. Robert gets the best medical care that money can buy, to trust me on that one. But I also, in the back of my head, I got this sort of subroutine playing in the back of my head about like memento mori. It's what Robert, well, it's not just Robert Greene, but like Robert Greene is called death ground strategy. Burn the boats behind you. There ain't no going back. And it's kind of like Steve Jobs when he was diagnosed with cancer. In the years from the time he was diagnosed with cancer to the time that he passed away, he was at his most productive, and he just rammed through as much as he could before he died, because he knew, I think, some level of consciousness, memento mori. And so he's like, I got a lot of shit to do. And that's the way I've been feeling really since merch. I've been feeling since around about 50. Like I got shit to do. I got shit to do, and I don't have time. I ain't got time to bleed. Ain't nobody got time for that. You know what? Ain't nobody got time for that. I don't have time for a lot of stuff. And so like every once in a while I have to catch myself, because I'll talk to like Kevin Savo, or I'll talk to Torsha or whatever. And I'm like, you know what, guys, I'm not going to be around here much longer. So you guys are going to have to learn these lessons. And they're looking at me like, yeah, what's the diagnosis? I'm like, dude, I'm not dying. I'm just like, this is where my head's at. It's like, I got to do more. Only in death does duty end. Right? Thank you, Derek Nelson. I'm glad you enjoyed this. No, I'm fine. Don't worry. In fact, what's funny is whenever one of these guys, whenever somebody in the sphere dies, I think it was when Kevin Samuels died, I get a call from Aaron Clary. And Aaron's like, so how you feeling, Roll? I'm like, I'm just fine, man. Don't worry about it. I hit the gym every day. Look at me. I'm in better shape than 90% of these 20-year-olds are right now, because they're all fat. Yeah, trust me. I will stay that way as much as I possibly can. Hey, Margot, there's my girl. Hey, how's it going? I got a new bass coming in, Margot. I got to show it to you when I get it. I have a new bass guitar coming in. Margot, my bass, she's my sister wife who plays bass, so therefore she's a little bit upper in the ranks. So anyways, I wanted to just throw this out there. I think we're at the 145 mark. I got some other, by the way, we have lots of other topics to talk about today. I kind of want to get into I will get into the Red Pill Ricky thing, but I also want to throw this one at you here real quick because I thought that this was well, at least part of this was essential. Consider this an addendum to Wednesday's show. Okay. Wednesday's show was about Mia Khalifa. I had no idea that this chick did all of these, but I'm going to put this on here.
With all your experience in the adult industry, is there anything that you wish you had done differently? Is there anything that you know now that you wish you had known getting in?
There's two big things I would have done differently. Well, two things I wish I could have known and stuff. The first thing is, I wish I would have thought more on not how the actions are going to impact my future, and how people are going to view me for it, but how the emotions are going to impact my connection with others. So I often think, like, as a CEO, you sometimes sacrifice hanging out with your kids. I worry, one of my biggest fears that I'm trying to get over is, did I sacrifice my emotional connection with people to do some of these firsts, or to have true intimate passion with people for this type of career? Because while I've experienced passion on camera and had very, very beautiful intimate moments, Adriana's gotten so big that it's a little hard to connect with anybody on my personal level now. Like, to meet somebody, it sucks. Like, if I go on a date, I often will plan a date with somebody, and then slowly the date will turn into being an hour later. Then it's 8 o'clock at night. Oh, meet me at a hotel. I get to the hotel, they just want to bang. Or, it's taken a lot of I guess a lot of intimacy from me. Like, people don't give me the respect of giving me the treat a woman how she should be treated moments. So that kind of sucks.
How should you be treated, dear? How should you be treated? I think it was funny now. And again, we're, this is kind of like along the same lines as, like, what is it? The things we do in this life echo in eternity, Maximus, or whatever. Yeah, you can't get away from your digital footprint, and no one has quite the digital footprint as Adriana Chechik or whatever hell, I can't even pronounce her name. She is a notorious porn star. I would say, now maybe the chat will disagree with me here. Would you say that she is more well-known than Mia Khalifa? Like, is she on the same level of, like, porn stardom as Mia, or do you think that she is, like, way up over the top? Because from what I could, like, okay, so here's the thing. After I was done with with Wednesday's show, which was about Mia Khalifa's comments on, she is a porn star, Tony, porn star. Yeah, who is this? Who could this girl ever be? You think she's bigger? Yeah, I think she's bigger too. She's a more well-known name. I had right after that show, I had people send me this clip, and they said, "Oh, you should have used Adriana's interview too." And I'm like, "Oh man, I felt like I missed out." But I think what's funny is you see her. So Adriana, you've got Mia Khalifa, you've got Lana Rhoades, who another notorious porn star, and you've got who's the one who got a baby? Riley Reid. So we got 4 of them right there in a row. All of them with pretty much the same Hofax. Yes, that's what we need. Instead of Carfax, we need Hofax. Check the Hofax. Is there actually a Hofax? There, maybe there is. I don't know. She seemed to be, like, at the top of the heap as far as, like, all the rest of these girls are. And by the way, the chick that's doing this, I forget the girl's name, the interviewer. Apparently this is her shtick, is she gets, like, girls who are in the industry and then lets them have their time to say, how much they regretted it, or maybe they didn't regret it. Right. But they all have pretty much the same story, which is, how come I can't be treated like a lady anymore? How come I can't get any of the respect of, well, non-porn stars as a result of this? and how it must be men's fault. It must be God because they can't. It's a relative to age. Okay, thank you. Is it? Maybe it is. I need Sterling Cooper for this section here. Wait, there we go. I need Sterling Cooper here because now we're going to talk about porn. So it's when they're using pretty much the same story. And I think this relates to what I was talking about in the first half of today's show, is that women and men have a digital footprint. We have a footprint in life, period, right? What we do echoes in eternity, right? Until we're all forgotten. But the very fact that she is who she is, and didn't even have to really be a porn star. You can be on OnlyFans. It's like sort of like by order of degree. I think there's this want for women to be absolved of any decisions or nobody gets to be judgmental, right? Of course, nobody gets to be discerning. They all deserve sort of this blanket respect for being, just having a vagina and tits, right? Do I know about Lisa Sparks? Yes, I know about Lisa Sparks. Thank you very much. I think she's been on Adam's show, hasn't she? Which one was on Adam's show? He's had a couple of porn stars on there as well. Yeah, Rolo. Here we go. All right, ladies, it's your turn. But I wanted to point out just really briefly here is that when she's talking about like, how come she's expecting sort of this respect of a woman who's not a prostitute, and because she is, what she said, refurbished. Yep. All right, and let's keep going. This is short.
I'm hoping I'll get it. I have a fear, but maybe as I grow and change and get older, I'll find somebody to do those things with. And then
you should marry a youth pastor. I hear they're really keen on sort of refurbished porn stars.
If I could take anything back in my career, it'd be the public actions that I did that weren't for companies. Mm-hmm. So for instance, I squirted on an escalator. Mm-hmm. Well, that did a lot for my brand in the sense of making me catapult, and people were like, wow, this is crazy. What I realize now is those moments are actually hindering me from average society wanting to work with me because they only see me in that light.
Mm-hmm. In what capacity in average society would you like to work? That wouldn't involve, I don't know, adult entertainment. Where do you hope to go after this? Are you going to write a book? Are you going to be a dating coach? But what exactly is what's the going forward now that you've completed your journey of self-discovery in the porn industry? And all of your sexual acrobatics, being paid handsomely for that. What's next for you, Adriana?
They also hinder me in a sense where, people think to do those type of things, you're a partier, you're on drugs. So I wish that I was able to see my brand when I was younger so I could understand the impact of my actions on my brand at all times.
Wow. It sounds like it would have been very beneficial to have had someone, perhaps a male, a strong, dominant, masculine man in your life who said, no, Adriana, you're not going over to Pornhub. No, Adriana, that's wrong. No, Adriana, that's a bad idea. No, Adriana, you'll get to be however old. She's got to be 30. Is she 30 now? I don't even know how old she is. You're going to get later on in life, and you might be a rock star in the porn industry at 22, 18. I don't know when she got started. You might be on the top of your game there, but later on it's going to have downstream consequences. Well, here we are. It's exactly the same concept I brought up when I was talking about Tinder swindler. If there'd been an involved father, if there'd been an involved brother, best friend, male best friend, however you want to define that, if there'd been an uncle, a nephew, a cousin, whatever, who would have stepped in and said, no, bitch, you're not going to do that. No, no, no. What would you have said to him at 22 years old, Adriana? You would have said, stop being a judgy, patriarchal, chauvinistic, misogynistic fuck. That's what you would have said. That's what you would have said. And yet here later in the game, and again, this is the extreme example. This is an illustration, by the way, of highest degree. This is the apex illustration of really what's going on in sort of a gynocentric social order of the 21st century, right? By order of degree. So we're not allowed to be judgmental. No one's allowed to come in and tell you, no, that's wrong. No, you're going to regret that. No, you shouldn't do that. And especially when it comes to sex, because guys want to get laid anyways. They're like, all right, groovy, man. I'm secure enough of my masculinity that I'm okay with a refurbished porn star to marry. I'm sure that's a fantasy, but let's be real here. The guys that you're going to marry it's not like they're not going to go look up your shit. It's not like they haven't probably already seen you. So, I really wish I could find a guy who was just sweet and nice and da-da-da-da. Like, yeah, and you wouldn't want to have anything to do with that guy, just like you didn't want to have anything to do with any guy before that who would have told you something to the contrary of whatever the hell you wanted to do. Most likely you would have said, well, I'm following my heart. I'm following my emotions. I got to do what's right for me. I'm on my journey of self-discovery. Well, guess what? At the end of the journey, you're where you are complaining about this.
Yeah. So I could be a little more honed in, because there's a difference in doing porn and doing crazy things. And then there's also a difference between like living those crazy acts. Mm-hmm. So, and like now if I go out in public and I see girls, like I went to a party and these girls were like fucking in the middle of the street, and you know, I was like that, so I can understand the freeing exhibition of it. But at the same time, like, I'm just like, some people don't want to see that. Now you're exposing it to them. Yeah. And, you know, like, I kind of almost see some of the actions I had, like, as careless, because I didn't think about anybody else around me. I just did it for the fun of it. Mm-hmm. So I would have had a little more respect and a little more awareness for other people.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, that you can like look back and grow as a person and see like how, you know, you would do things differently now. Not everybody does that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because I didn't see that I was making a brand at the time. Yeah. Right? Like if I could have seen the power that Adriana as a brand has, I would have been like, oh shit, like you can't act like that. But I was just so in the moment, you know? But
your brand is you being a porn star. Your brand is those acts, are those acts. That is your brand. That is you. That is the brand of me. That is the brand of you. So yeah, you were doing those because you were very well cognizant of what was going on. You knew it was going to sell. Hell, it's red meat. Do you know that I could have done a completely different episode today? I didn't have to do anything about Ellen Roger Currie. I could have just like typed something up on a Twitter post and let it go. I did it because it's the right thing to do, but like that's my brand. I'm going to do that. I'll take it on the nose if that's the case. I know damn well, trust me, I know damn well that if you go and do an episode about a porn star complaining or talking about how older guys shouldn't get with younger women, I know that's red meat. I have a whole intro for shows like that. I know it works. I know what my brand is, and I know what would you like me to just do Red Pill Wednesday or Red Meat Wednesdays? Because I can do that. People love that. They eat it up. I bet anything. You want me to grow my brand? I can sell that out anytime. But I know what my brand's about. I know what the downstream effects are. And I know that when I get to my deathbed and I'm looking at my body of work, I want to have more serious shit than I do. Like, oh, red meat. Oh, that was fun when I did that, right?
Living for me, which is great. I had great times, but it's a little bit of a hindrance now.
It's kind of one of those unfortunate things that you see like with today, especially with technology and cell phones and stuff. I think about, you know, when I was young and I was in my early 20s and I was in college and all this stupid fucking shit that I did. And, you know, all of the things that I would never do now, but we didn't have cell phones around. And I definitely wasn't like, you know, a performer or a star. I didn't have the eye of the world on me. Yeah. And so I could do all of these stupid things. I can grow and learn from them and they don't haunt me. But these days with technology, it's like everything that you do is online forever. And especially for you, like you were, you know, a growing brand and you were a star and you had all these people watching you. So you had to go through all of this and learn all of these lessons in like the eye of the public. And that's got to be really tough.
And I also wonder.
The 800-pound gorilla in the room is, yeah, you're a star and everything. A porn star. Yeah. It's not like you were starring in blockbuster films opposite Hugh Jackman in the X-Men or something. Come on.
I know the actions I did in scenes and the type of porn I did was for me, but I wonder.
No, it was for your brand. It was because you were a porn star. Can we cut the shit here, dear?
I wonder if, and I see a lot of my actions off camera, a lot of my behavior wasn't because of me. It was more of the hype of Adriana. Like I go out to a party and everyone's like, "Oh, Adriana's here. It's gonna be fucking wild." And then I'm getting naked on a table because Adriana takes over the moment, and it's like, "Oh, well, everyone says it," and I'm getting cheered on. You know, where I'm like, "Dang, did I do that because I wanted to, or I did that because the ego that was built behind Adriana?"
Yeah.
So the ego is separate from the Adriana. God, man, you got to love this shit, man. It's like when we talk, we used to have this concept, and I think we still kind of talk about it today, but it's the rationalization hamster, caffeinating the hamster. There's a lot of caffeine going on here. It's how can I explain my actions? How can I, when I've talked about how women deal with cognitive dissonance, this is cognitive dissonance right here. Oh, I can't believe that it was like it was an out of body experience. No, it was you, bitch. That was you. That was you doing that. You did it because you wanted to do that. I'm a different person now. You probably are a different person. I would believe that any day. But you did that because you were the person you were back then. Oh, I'm going to get naked on the table and go at it because that's what Adriana does. Well, you're talking about yourself in a third person as if that's going to in some way absolve you of the downstream effects of where you are and the decisions that you made in your life. Now then, you'll probably hear me talk about this with Jedediah on Wednesday, but one of the things that I've gotten into is when people ask me, "Oh, Rollo, do you think that we should take away women's right to vote?" No, I don't. I don't think so at all. Don't you think we should limit women from this, or we should abolish Title IX? Yeah, we should abolish Title IX, but don't you think we should, like, in some way, like, hold women accountable and everything? Yes, absolutely. But I don't think we should in any way disempower women. What I think we ought to do is make women held responsible for the bad downstream effects of their own choices and their own decisions. If you want to live as a strong, independent woman, great. Just own that shit. Own your bad decisions. Own the results of it. Own the downstream effects of it. Own the fact that you're a bad mother, Michaela. Own the fact that you can't have it all. Own the fact that you were mistakenly believing the things that you did. Own that shit. That's all. You be as empowered as you fucking want to be, or be as disempowered as you want to be. I don't care. Own it. Men have to own it. If you want to, I want to be as independent as any man. I'm independent of men. Okay. Well, you know what men have to do? They have to own that shit. They have to be held responsible for that shit. They have to be held accountable for that shit. And you want to know why shows like Fresh and Fit or the rest of these shows right now that get women on there and they're told, "Look, no, bitch, you're wrong. Here's the data. Here's the sets. Here's everything. I know it feels bad. You get your white knights to come and protect you. But the fact of the matter is you are incorrect. You are factually incorrect. And here we go. Oh, I can't believe you told me that. Well, I'm holding you accountable for things that you don't want to be held accountable for. In fact, it's gotten to the point where you're so oblivious to accountability that anybody speaking that suddenly sounds like it's hate speech or it's like misogyny or whatever, right? What are you saying? Islam and Judaism, thanks for spelling those. So trust me, the algorithm will pick those up. You can spell those words, ML, are the only major religions not recycling 304s. No real ecological awareness is here. Okay, thanks, man. There you go. That's you. What else we got here? And yes, Jim, I see you in the chat there. I know who you are. Rolla, do you think men understand, that women's... and understand that a woman's financial success and or career status is directly tied to her sexuality. Every time a woman boasts about how rich or successful they are, I think they see a million. They've seen a million D's, a million dicks. Okay, it's the 1,000 cock stare is what you're referring to. In fact, who was telling me that? I think it was Jedediah was on her Friday show, and I think she was talking about like. Promiscuous women again, like, oh, they've had 1,000 girls or 1,000 men. They have a notch count of 1,000 or something like that. And of course, we started talking about the 1,000 cock stare, yada yada yada. again, it's accountability. It's this lack of insight. It's this lack of self-awareness. She even admits lack of self-awareness. Well, the problem is that in the internet age, the internet never forgets. So your lack of self-awareness while you're there in the moment might be you just being oblivious to it. But guess what's not oblivious to it? Everyone with a cell phone that recorded that. Your digital footprint will follow you forever, ladies and men too. Just saying.
So, you know, and I think there's this weird, especially today, there's this weird like let's go viral thing, which I kind of hate because I think a lot of people are trying to go viral for the wrong reasons.
No, they're trying to do it because it increases their brand. That's why. If you would like to know why, hell, I will be happy if this video went viral right now. Great. Please do. Please, everyone, make this viral.
And it's creating this like really weird type of, you know, revolving media that's not doing anything good for anybody besides just being crazy. So I think I definitely contribute to some of that during my career.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. Yes, and trust me, again, boo-hoo. You knew what you were doing. You knew the job was dangerous when you took it. So, Rolo, do you think that men understand that women's financial success and or career status is directly linked to her sexuality? I don't. Do men appreciate that? Most men don't. 80% of men, the 80%ers, they definitely don't. They. I think what happens, I think it kind of depends on the guy. Kind of depends on where that guy is. If he's kind of like a gamma male, and I use that term loosely, if he's the kind of guy who's kind of like, who's looking for reasons and rationales for his state, and he's the quote unquote bitter incel kind of guy, that guy's going to look at things a whole lot different than a guy who's just kind of like, it is what it is, and I can work within this framework. So there's a difference between saying women are evil and they're self-aware of the shit that they're doing, and they're aware of the fact that their agency is tied to sexuality. And then there's the guys who think they think it's like malice and forethought, like they think that that's an intentional. And then there's the guys who like can see it from a perspective of, okay, does this bitch really know that what she's saying right now? Is she like self-aware or self-conscious enough to realize that what she's saying is basically cognitive dissonance? And it's almost like when I see interviews like this, you can see the cognitive dissonance on display. So what I've said in the past is that women have no problem with cognitive dissonance. Okay? No problem whatsoever. Cognitive dissonance, holding two conflicting concepts or ideas or belief sets at the same time. Because if one of those concepts leads to optimizing hypergamy or optimizing security, and now remember, what is hypergamy? Okay, alpha fucks beta bucks. Okay, if it optimizes either one of those or both, then that was the right answer, and we can backwards rationalize it to be whatever. I was just in a different place then when I took my clothes off and got onto the table. That's different than, oh man, people really, they follow me and they expect me to do that now that I'm out of the industry, and please, pity party, please sympathy. That's a different, that comes from a different place. So you've got two competing, I won't say two, it's not bipolar, but it's like it's cognitive dissonance, and women have no problem with cognitive dissonance when either one of those concepts will lead to optimizing like long-term security, or, I fucked him in the foam cannon party in Cancun, and I was drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another. That's the rationalization for the cognitive dissonance of, I wouldn't normally do this unless I'm trying to get with a guy who's a long-term partner. That's why I have a real problem with like the Jordan Peterson definition of hypergamy, which I showed you in the very beginning of this show. Because Peterson only looks at one side. He only looks at the beta bucks side of things. He doesn't, and probably because he lacks a frame of reference for the alpha fuck side of things. I could do a full-on Peterson breakdown show about why that is, but then people will say I'm professionally jealous, and I'm just not going to fucking do it. So, but the long and the short of it is guys like that, guys like David Buss too, by the way, I don't want to just pick on Jordan Peterson, Rob Henderson. We were just looking at the Chris Williamson like clip here. I'll put that up here in a second. But when I look at that stuff, by sticking to one side, by the way, like guys who want to say, well, you know, women just want a guy who's a good provider, and it's all beta bucks, right? It's provisioning, protection, and parental investment. By the way, Vince Harenham has used exactly those fucking words with Michaela Peterson directly from book 3. Directly from Positive Masculinity. Use those exact terms. I hear this all the time from guys now. Oh yeah, hypergamy means being the best of the best, like being a high value man. You've got to have a good job, and you got to be generous, and you got to be funny, and you got to be cute. And it's like all of the attraction features that women say, what do you look for? You know, what do you look for in a guy? Oh, he's got to be funny. He's got to love his mom. He's got to like puppy dogs. He's got to want to have kids. He's got to be employed. Got to be more intelligent. Got to be on his game. Got to have drive. Got to have ambition. Got to blah, 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 blah. All that stuff is the beta bucks side of hypergamy, which is long-term security. Ask a woman what she's aroused by when she gets off on. Well, he's got to have a six-pack abs. He's got to have a chiseled jawline. He's got to have a V-taper. He's got to have a nice butt, big guns, and he's got to have at least 7 inches in the pants, right? That's the criteria, right? There's a difference between arousal and attraction. And by the way, I'm the first one to bring that up. Would you like me to show you the blog post? Because people don't want to make that distinction anymore, or they don't want to use arousal and attraction, like physical attraction versus, like, say, long-term security. That's why I'd make the distinction between those two. So when you hear other people using that shit, this guy, you may go get it. I'll go get it for you. I know exactly where the post is. That's where I started from. Now, could somebody else come and use that? Please do. But get it fucking right, and don't just stick to one side like our good friend.
Hang on a second. How is the guy that isn't able to protect his family because he's less physically formidable going to be perceived as a better father? And the reason is that the guy who has more gut fat is seen to be less potentially attractive to other mates, which means that if he is given 1 calorie, there is less likelihood of him spending that calorie on trying to acquire a new mate because more doors have been closed to him than the guy that is in good shape and may potentially have more doors open to him. I think that being less uncertain about your partner straying contributes massively to a woman who might have anxious attachment, or maybe there's a disparity in mate value there, that she is going to feel a lot more comfortable with that. But the wild thing when you think about this is that comfort contributes quite a lot to woman's arousal.
Wrong. No, it doesn't. It doesn't contribute jack shit to a woman's arousal at all. In fact, if anything, it's a completely counterintuitive when you think about that. Sexual arousal is about urgency. It's about uncertainty. It's not about like, oh, I feel comfortable with you now. And have you ever like go down to spring break? Come to Vegas. Go to EDC. Go to Burning Man. Go to God knows wherever else. Go just watch Fresh and Fit. Go down to Brickell, man. Go to the clubs, man. When's the last time you guys were even in a fucking club? Go to fucking Zook at Vegas. It's not, trust me, it's not about comfort, right? If it was about comfort, guys who, like in the GSS studies that these guys always want to quote, and they talk about, well, you know, what is it? 30% of men aren't getting laid at all. They're all virgins right now, you know, according to the GSS studies from 2019. It's probably more than that now. They're happy to quote that, but then we got to get this bullshit out of your mouth. What? No, it doesn't. Because if it did, those stats wouldn't be, it would be a whole lot different. Because those guys, the guys that really want to get laid, the 80%ers, they're happy to have a gut. They're happy to have a dad bod. They're happy to be generous and funny and humorous. They're happy to pedestalize women. They're happy to do all the things that are on the beta bucks security side, long-term security side of hypergamy. And here we go with hypergamy again. Thank you, Alan Roger Currie. You know, big up. Well, wait, now I hate to have to do this. Thank you, Alan Roger Currie, for bringing out hypergamy. Now, we have been having this conversation for a very long time. In my case, over 15, 20 years, right? But here we go again. Same bullshit, different era, different generation, right? So, no, dude, it's not about comfort. It's about urgency. It's about chemical reactions. It's about, he was hot, I was drunk, and one thing led to another. That's what it's about. And so what happens is, like, these guys can't get their fucking heads out of this really serial monogamy is what it is, but they can't get out of this female way of thinking about what ought to be for women. what ought to be when it comes to their mating strategies. What ought to be, what makes a woman hot? I'll tell you right now, it's not because he's cute and funny and he wraps me up and, you know, in a bundle and loves on me and blah, 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 blah. No, we just heard Adriana talking about, I'm going to get on the table and get naked and that, let's go. she's concerned about the long-term security now that she's 29, 30, 31. Now that she's out of the industry, now that she's in her epiphany phase. Oh yeah. I'm sure comfort and familiarity and does he love his mom and does he have a good job and does he like puppy dogs and does he like rainbows? I'm sure that's very important now. But that is it's urgency, my friend. Anxiety, sex, like good sex. If you're doing it right, it's sweaty and it's anxious and it's urgent. It's, oh man, it's a sexual opportunity. It's, I want to get with this guy. Comfort, familiarity, let's see, rapport. Those are anti-seductive factors. Those are anti-seductive whatever, variables, let's just say. Is he hot? Is he sweaty? Does he have a V-taper? Does he look like he's gonna rock my world in bed? How do I know that? Well, let's just say that 50 Shades of Grey would not have sold 65 million copies in the first 6 months as a self-published book, if that weren't the fucking case. So once again, man, am I gleeful about the stats? Maybe a little bit. But you're wrong. You are wrong. Thank you for that. You can't handle the truth. Yes. It has nothing to do with that. What you're doing right here, Chris, is you're rationalizing why it is that beta males should be the ones that women are selecting. But statistically, clearly, they are not. You've quoted the GSS studies. You know this. It's time to fucking own it.
And there is a situation in which someone who was less in good shape would be more arousing and more attractive to a woman because her degree of comfort would be increased. Men who...
No, it wouldn't. Wrong. If that were the case, then rich guys would never have to worry about their hot wives fucking the pool boy. That would not be a trope, an archetype, a stereotype. If that were the case, Rob, have me on your show. I'll be happy to clarify all of this for you in great detail. Anything positive for a man is a negative for a woman and vice versa, such as high status or high notch count. Yeah. I wouldn't say everything, but certainly in terms of intersexual dynamics, you might have a case there, Emilio. Let's see. Well, here's the problem is like you have when I see stuff like this, where he was talking with Rob Henderson here. And I think what's funny is like, it's almost like it's intrasexual combat or intrasexual, like trying to intrasexual combat is this. It's like combat from within the sexes for mating rights. Okay. When we talk about like elks, like in rutting season and they literally lock horns with each other. That's what we're talking about. It's intrasexual competition. Humans do it in the psychological, particularly guys who are sneaky, like the sneaky fucker game, like the guys who want to identify with the feminine, which, by the way, I've been talking about and writing about since 2011 on my blog. And if you have my first book, you'll know what I'm talking about. There's a chapter in there called Identity Crisis. It is exactly what we're taught, what this guy is talking about 10 years later, 11 years later. Identity crisis. Well, if I can identify more, if I can think more like a woman, if I can be more like a woman, if I can align myself with them, if I can be more sensitive, if I can be more emotionally available, if I can emote like a woman, then women will want to get with me. And what happens is when you think that way and you're conditioned that way for so long, it changes the way that you approach questions like this. Well, women say they want dad bods. That's good news for the vast majority of guys. No, it's not. They're tricking you. They want you to be a good servant. They want to extract resources from you by believing that you might possibly have a chance by looking like the guy who's mowing his lawn with a big beer gut. Get the fuck out of here. Again, Chris Williamson, if you're watching, let me pose this question to you. This question that I asked the girls on Access Vegas. You've got 2 calendars, Chris. You've got the dad bod calendar. Nice guys. maybe a little bit, maybe in their 40s. Let's just say, maybe late 30s, early 40s. They got, pudge, right? They're not fat. No, they are fat. They're overweight, but they got dad bods. Let's just close your eyes for a moment and just get this mental image of a dad bod in here. Now, we've got a calendar. It's 2023 calendar. Man, I can't wait to sell this calendar. And then you've got another calendar, and that is the Thunder from Down Under. I'm sure you're familiar with because you're Australian. Or you've got the Chippendales calendar, which, by the way, that documentary is out now. You got the guy you got the hot fireman calendar. Let's just go there, right? You got the guy, he's chopping the shirtless guy chopping wood calendar. That calendar, okay. Which one of those is selling most to women? I'll wait. Tell me which one. Now, I asked this of the girls on Access Vegas, and of course, they kind of like hemmed and hawed, and it was great because it makes women uncomfortable because it makes them accountable for their choices. But really, what that question does, or that scenario does, and I hate using allegories once again, but what that really does is it forces you to consider that one of these is not like the other. One of these represents physical arousal, and maybe the other one, and I'm just saying maybe, the dad bod calendar represents long-term security and comfort. And, well, comfort will make women more aroused. No, your premise is fundamentally flawed. Sexuality is not like women's arousal. Hell, men's arousal is not based on, I need to be comfortable. Porn would not be what it is if that were the case. Women are like completely oblivious to this, by the way. They think that men's sexuality works like theirs. This is like the opposite. Like his take here is the opposite. It's like vice versa, right? So when women say, well, I don't understand why guys can't be more emotionally. They don't cry at fucking Titanic and stuff like that. Like, yeah, because we don't emote like you, but we also don't make the same connection with emotion and sex the way that women do. I say, well, doesn't that make women want to be more comfortable? No, they want to be able to emotionally invest in the guy that really turns them on. Yeah, that's the complete package is the guy that looks like you, Chris. Yeah, if you look at Chris's YouTube channel and you look at his splash page right there, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for you. Oh, man. Well, you know what? Let me just go get that just so you guys can get an idea what I'm talking about here. Where is Chris Williamson's thing? Hold on. This is it. You have to see. You guys, you have to fully appreciate this. So let's see. Here we go. And here's Chris's page. And you have to see this. Right.
Speaking
here.
of which, I got.
Okay. So here's the case. I'm just going to, you know what? I'll just share you the screen here. This is so good. This is okay. So Chris, if this were the case, if it were the case that women are aroused by security and not like guns and not, guns and guns, abs and V-taper, then why on earth would you have this as your header page? I mean, that's this, that just doesn't say I'm a trustworthy, familiar. He's dad material. I think I would really like to get to know this guy a little bit better. That right there. So here's the thing. If you actually believe in this, Chris, I expect you to change that photo over to you with like eating cereal at the breakfast table or sucking down a couple of like a 6-pack and a big old pizza. Like that, like try your best to look, like the dad bod calendar, remove that picture and put yourself up there looking like a fat slob. That's what I'm talking about. You don't even believe this yourself. Really? That's and you want to know why I use the David Bowie intro to today's show? That's why. For better or worse, the internet is going to change things up. Was Carl Jung trying to promote sneaky fucker game? Carl Jung is the textbook definition of sneaky fucker game. Go look at just go to his wiki page and look at like the chicks he was nailing, like his patients who he actually, here's a great thing about like people who pedestalize or idolize or turn him into a fucking messiah, who turn Carl Jung into this sort of like divine like personality. Like people have no idea what his history is. They don't understand that he used to like fuck his patients And he was married too. They didn't realize that. And then the patients he was fucking, he used to turn into like teachers of psychology too. Go look at the wiki page. Yes, most definitely promoting Sneaky. He was the author of Sneaky Fucker Game, practically. Yeah, people always wonder how come he likes. How come he does? Wait. Oh, okay. Here.
Guilty.
Sorry, I hit douche nozzle. Here you go.
Where are the Cheetos?
There you go. You're gonna say Cheetos, you're gonna get it. But Rob, seriously, look at your. Can I pull that off? I wonder if I can grab that. I don't know if I can get that. Maybe I can screen cap it. Hang on. Why? Because why not? Like, okay, if you don't know who Chris Williamson is, I think he was on like Total Drama Island or some shit like that. He was on one of these reality shows. And okay, here we go. Total Drama Island. No, it was Paradise and Naked and Alone. Oh man. There we go. This is better. Maybe you can get a better shot here. Ladies, which calendar are you buying? This guy's calendar or Fat Dude's calendar? Which one? Love Island. Total Drama Island? Love Island. Love Island. Chris was on Love Island. Mm-hmm. Cartoon Network. Now that was Total Drama Island. I remember that. Trust me. There you go. Well, thanks, Chris. Thanks for explaining the dynamic for you, for all of my listeners and my followers here. I'm glad you could be of service. So when we're talking about here, let me just throw this up here really quick, because I think a lot of people need a little bit of a refresher course here. I threw this up on Instagram not too long ago. I've had this in my file for a while. I forget who actually, this is Ripple. I forget. This is old. This is ancient. Okay. I actually used this, I think, back in like 2018 or 2019. The reason why I sort of dug it out of the archives is because I think it was stuffed in my Alan Roger Currie files, actually. The 8 men that women love. So find out. Let me ask you guys. Okay. So class, let's
hello
let's
there, children. How's it going?
Okay. So these are the 8 men that women love or fall in love with. Here, let me keep going. Okay. Her first love, who lives in her heart forever. Okay. So who lives in her heart forever? Alpha widow. Understood? Okay. Let's move on. Her ex-boyfriend, whom she looks back on with rose-colored glasses and wonders if it could ever work out again. Alpha widow. Okay. 3, her online flirt, a guy she hasn't met in the real world, but she still fantasizes about. Tinder swindler? Maybe. What would we classify that? Her online flirt, the guy that she's like, kind of, oh, maybe, I don't know. Certainly the plan B. Certainly the dick in the glass in case of emergency break glass. Yeah, I would also say probably the Tinder swindler thing. Okay, let's continue. Her current man. And that's it. We just leave it at the current man. But she is in love with you. She's still in love with you. Don't worry. It's okay. 5, her backup man, a coworker or friend who could be turned into a boyfriend if needed. Okay, so plan B. 6, her second backup, her second backup, because yeah, you can never be too sure, just in case. So plan C, the main man who is stuck in the friend zone, but very helpful with chores and errands. So her indentured servant, yeah, she's really in love with you, dude. If you keep doing the work, if you keep doing the right thing, if you keep proving your love or proving your quality to my lady, it might work out for you. And 8, her celebrity crush, Jason Momoa. Note, all others will be dropped should he be available. That you can't say the rest of it. Should he be available? You guys ready to get married? You guys ready for that? Is that cool? I wonder how many women agree with that. See, here's the thing. Okay, so why is Rollo bringing this up? Okay. Well, the reason I'm bringing this out is because this is what I mean when I say cognitive dissonance. Her celebrity crush, note, all others will be dropped. Should he become available is what it said at the bottom. Yeah, I get it. Oh, it's all gloom and doom rolling. No, it's not gloom and doom. But you do need to be so of those, which one do we need? Is all those are like comforts, right? They're comfort food. It's like macaroni and cheese. Every one of these dudes is macaroni and cheese. Where'd we go? There we go. All those dudes, her first love, her ex-boyfriend, who she still pines over, her online flirt, the guy that's like trying to mess with her back and forth, her current man, who just gets one mention in the middle, her current man, her backup man. They love him. They're all in love, man. Any of these could work out, you know? Any of these could work out. By the way, I didn't make that list up. That was a chick. I think that chick is the one. Oops, wait. Oh, I don't want to give away the farm here just yet. That was pretty good too. I think this is the chick that was writing this. I'm not really sure. Again, I wonder what happened to this girl. You want to talk about rationalizations? You want to talk? Is Adriana actually wrong in this light? I don't know. Let's go back to you guys. Where we go? Did I catch up with everybody? Am I caught up? That guy versus K Trevor Wilson fight. Okay, cool. I don't know who you're talking about, bro. Brah. Have you seen Matt Hussey build a better beta coach? Yes, I have several times. And by the way, props to Matt Hussey. Props. Because you want to talk about the grift? You want to talk about that's a really fucking good grift too, by the way. He's a good looking dude. Don't get me wrong. Like he's maybe he's Chris Williamson good looking. I don't know. I mean, it's been a while since I've seen him, quite honestly, but he has the unique ability to pretty much make his funnel marketing gig about building better betas. And what I mean by okay, so where did this come from? Okay, whenever you hear build a better beta, that's actually a Rational Male post, which actually became a chapter. And I want to say did I put that in? I know that I put it in the 5th book, but I believe it's in 3rd book too. It's in Positive Masculinity. Build a better beta. It's I want a beta with a side of alpha. I want him to be soft and sweet and vulnerable and pliable and useful and you know, I want him to do all these nice things, but I want him to be able to be alpha just when I need him to be. Just at the right moment. I need a beta with a side of alpha. If you read the essay, that's what it's about. I could go. Hey, Sam, go give me the link to Build a Better Beta. Or what is it? No, it's Up the Alpha. I have another essay called Up the Alpha where I talk about that as well. Matt Hussey has made a living off of Up the Alpha. Don't worry, ladies. This is essentially what it is I'm going to do all these seminars. I'm a good looking dude, right? My sexual market value is high. I'm going to go and get a convention of all these girls. I'm going to start a business, an online hustle where I get nothing but like spinsters. I get nothing but like 35 and over, 35 plus. His demographic is like 35 to about maybe 50 when it comes to women. And his shtick is this. Don't worry, ladies. I'm going to go and tell these guys over here to get their shit together so they're marriageable. They're more eligible bachelors, right? So that I'm going to turn these dudes into the kind of guy that you would want to marry because you can't find the right man. Clearly, it has nothing to do with you. It must be these guys. The quality of these guys is just so much shit. It can't possibly be anything that you guys have been doing. I'll go talk to them and I'll bring them back over here and we'll see if we can have a love connection. It's selling. You want to talk about snake oil? You want to talk about like selling like a product? Boy, what do I tell you all the time? If you want to be a millionaire in the 21st century, sell women 2 things: FOMO, fear of missing out, and then sell them also the idea on the fact that their sexual market value and their sexual age, and as such, their sexual agency is evergreen. So if it does, you're beautiful at any size, you're beautiful in spite of whatever decisions you've made in your past, your digital footprint. If you should be eminently desirable, regardless, irrespective of your actual quality or the decisions you've made in your past, the past of your life, you should be considered beautiful, sexually irresistible, use that sexual agency as a power, and you are entitled to the best of the best at the same time. That's a real, guys in the 21st century have you got a tough row to hoe, right? Did I say it right? You get your work cut out for you guys. Because if that's the expectation, see, the problem, what I want to get into, and I'm going to do this. I promise you I will do this. I might even be on Jed, but I promise you I will do this. The next time I have an opportunity to get into the topic of women becoming the men that they want to marry. Once I get, I say, well, dumb yourself down, right? Be more feminine, get in touch with your feminine side. Then you're going to find the guy who actually wants to get with you. But it might be too late for you, ladies, because like guys who have that sexual selectivity that you want, that would be high quality to you, they don't want to have anything to do with you at 35, 36 years old. Now, if I can convince you that they do, I can write my own fucking ticket. How awesome would that be? But that's not me. I don't use my superpowers for evil. I use them for good. I use them for the benefit of all mankind and womankind. I'll sit you here and tell you the truth. Truth will set you free, but it doesn't mean that it's going to taste good. Doesn't mean. This is great. Yeah, you're right, douche. I think I know who you are. Trust me, I can find out. You might as well admit it. Come clean. I know who you are. Douche. Really? Here we go. So he's Derek Jackson with better credentials. I'll tell you, what's funny is if you look at Derek Jackson and then you look at like Terry Crews, are they not like the same dude? I mean, they pretty much yammer on about the same shit. Men you can't tell men to man up when forever we've been telling men to man down, especially if you're already in that position. Again, what that is, well, first of all, it's marketing, but second of all, it's intra-sexual competition. You want to know why black pill doomers hate guys like that? Because they see the intra-sexual competition. I don't say they're right, but they certainly identify it. Rollo, Allen did a similar book that is common with your first book called The Beta Male Resolution. It's, I know it was not, when did he do that? I'm trying to remember when the publishing was for that. But it was the Beta Male Revolution was really like, here's what's going to happen. If you've read that book, I don't think it's really similar to my book. I think it's really more like, this is a warning sign. This is a shot across the bow kind of thing. It certainly predicted the incels. I will say that. I have read it too. Of the two that I've read, Mode 1 and Beta Male Revolution, which, by the way, I would highly recommend. Please, if you want to help him out in any way. I mean, I don't know about his kid situation or his now widow's situation, but if you want to go, that's actually a really great read. Mode 1 is too. I'll get into a direct game and indirect game if you guys would like. Alan Roger Currie was the tribal chief of the Manosphere, the head of the table. Acknowledge him. That's what the whole first half of the show was. Maybe you came in late, Goku. Yes, I know. I trust me. I played you the raid. I played the. It's fun. I went and I looked back. I always do this. I couldn't do this with Kevin Samuels because I didn't have quite the history that I did with Pat Campbell. But when Pat died, I went back and sort of dug out the old archives, and I'm trying to go back and like really kind of reconnect with the guy. Whenever I do a memorial show, and I hate to do memorial shows, but when Pat died, I had to do that, and I did the same thing with Alan. And honestly, I have more of a history with Alan than I did with Pat. Really, I did more things. Like Pat was my mentor with respect to like doing what I'm doing right now. But Alan and I bounced ideas off of each other quite a bit. So, okay. So now that we've got through that, I kind of wanted to get to the hypergamy thing that Alan was talking about, because again, if you'll notice in the radio the Blog Talk Radio interview that I did with him back in 2015, one of the first topics was hypergamy. One of the first topics was the 80-20 rule. Now, we didn't quite have the same level of research that we do now here, like 6-7 years later. So now we've got like empirical factual data that backs up the 80-20 rule that PUAs, pickup artists, have been talking about since 2002. Certainly when I got into it. I wonder, I could probably go back to So Suave and find my first post where we were talking about the 80-20 rule. I bet I could find them. But again, the concepts here, like if everybody, oh, wow, this is a hypergamy? Tell me more. Tell me more, Chris Williamson. Tell me more. Like you weren't even born when some of this stuff was like first being discussed. I don't know how old Chris is, but I'm fairly confident he was probably about 10 in 2002. I don't know how old he is. Accuracy, my friend. Accuracy. Would you like to know? Okay, here we go. This was from, because I was digging up files, and I want here. So here's the ovulation phase. Ladies, pay attention. Just so so for your own edification here. Okay. So in case you didn't know, I'm going to do a very brief version of hypergamy micro to macro. Your friend, section 1, module 1, menesis, menstruation, your friend menstruation. Okay, so this is the 28-day cycle for women's menstruation. Okay, the follicular phase and the luteal phase. So from day 1 to day 14 is the follicular phase. That's when the egg drops and it makes its way to the uterus where it can be accepted and hopefully impregnated at that time. Okay. So you can look where the basal body temperature is. You can look at the hormone levels. By the way, LH is a luteinizing hormone. That's why you see that spike right there, estrogen and progesterone. Okay. Progesterone becomes more important later on. Now, this is me. I am not in any way an endocrinologist. I am not a doctor in any of this, but I'm a keen student of all things intersexual dynamics. So when I talk about the luteal phase, that's post-ovulation. That's when women get into PMS. Usually it's towards the latter half of the luteal phase. And this is when women tend to be more focused on more feminine features in men. That's exactly what our good friend Chris Williamson was talking about. Like that's this side, the luteal phase. That's the side that he's describing here.
Of gut fat are perceived to be better fathers. This is compared with the guy that's in good shape. And you think, hang on a second, how is the guy that isn't able to protect his family because he's less physically formidable going to be perceived as a better father? And the reason is that the guy who has more gut fat is seen to be less potentially attractive to other mates, which means that if he is given 1 calorie, there is less likelihood of him spending that calorie on trying to acquire a new mate because more doors have been closed to him than the guy that is in good shape and may potentially have more doors open to him.
Okay, so with that in mind, alpha Fux is on the first 14 days of the follicular phase right there, and beta Bux exists on the 14 through 28 days. That's basically, so when you look at the 1 through 14, alpha, 14 through 28, beta, long-term security. That luteal phase right there is the only phase that guys ever want to fucking talk about when it comes to women's mating strategies. So if we go and you look here, let's look at this. This is me, by the way. This is mine. I did this. This was actually a display I've used in the past. So if you look at the 1 through 14, you look at the beta transactional sex. Okay, so by transactional, what I mean is looking for security cues. Looking for the guy who loves puppy dogs and is going to be he's going to stick around, and it's the oxytocin side of women's mating strategy. So then you have the alpha genetic preference side. Okay, so then right around day 7 to, well, you could say 1 through 14, but usually around 7 through day 14, that's when women are looking mostly for the guy who, if they are in a relationship, they're going to be more sexually proceptive. That's the scientific word for it. Now, if they are in a satisfying relationship, according to Dr. Marty Hazelton, this is when women will be more sexually proceptive, meaning that they're horny, they're more into it. Okay, right around what's known colloquially as estrus. Now, people will argue this and say, "Well, humans don't go into estrus." No, we have women, anyways, have concealed estrus, meaning that when the egg is about to drop, which is comparable to right here, right in that 14, right at 14. Now look at this. There we go. Functions to bias sireship. Okay, I don't know why I use that. Basically what they want is they want to find the hot guy in the foam cannon party with good genetics who looks not unlike our good friend Chris Williamson right around this time. So we have that. Now compare that here to the follicular phase and the luteal phase right there. Okay. Now, pay particular attention primarily to the hormone levels here. I mean, you can look at the menesis and the proliferative phase. Got it. Okay. The women are very familiar with their own periods. I don't think I have to reinforce that. Now, here we go. This is an addendum to that same thing. Okay. So right there, right around the high fertility phase, you have alpha masculine dominance, arrogance, confidence, control. Okay. This is the behavioral cues, let's just say, for arousal. I'm not saying that it's just about like looking like you're a bodybuilder or whatever. I'm just saying that there's other features to it. Like, so looks max, you're half right, but there's also alpha masculine dominance. There's arrogance. There's confidence. There has to be control. Okay. There's dominance. Masculinized physical features. There you go. You win, looks maxers. Short-term breeding. Got it. Okay. We know alpha fucks. Cues, vocal. Okay, so these are cues from women anyway. These are the cues that women display during this time. This is where you get vocal cues, where you get sexy voice, right? Husky voice, like ladies, you know what I'm talking about, ladies. Oh yeah, I really want to get with you, hot guy on the phone kind of party. Okay, sexual ornamentation. What's that? That is wearing the red dress. Would you like to see the stats on that? I could show you those. Women in red cocktail dresses. Whenever women wear red, there is this. They've done several studies of this, by the way. Wearing red dress, wearing the cocktail dress, hoop earrings. Yes, those are ornamentation too. High heels, sexual ornamentation. Makeup goes on a little bit heavier during this time. Just to, maybe do it a little bit different. Women who want to go on girls' night out, or they want to go do their weekend with the girls in Vegas. Yeah. So scent. There's also, again, the jury's still out on this entirely, but there's, and again, I'm not an endocrinologist, nor am I a pheromonologist, but as far as scent is concerned, there's studies on pheromones during this time. And then sexual proceptivity or a desire to have sex with guys who have more masculinized features. Okay. Then we have the low fertility side of the coin here. We've got beta comfort and rapport. This is the side that these guys always focus on because it sounds like the right thing to say. Feminized, soft physical features, long-term provisioning, familiarity, security, and parental investment. This is parental investment. This is a protection, providing provision, and parental. This is parental investment. This is the beta bucks side of the cycle here. If you ever want to know, where does Rollo get all this hypergamy stuff from? Here. Oh, what about the social matching theory? Oh, we'll get into that. Trust me. But for now, we can look at this as a very reliable predictive framework, let's just say. Now, does that mean you're doomed? Oh, she's going to cheat on me during that. No, that doesn't mean that at all. And if you go back and you look at, I'm going to clarify this right now. If you look at the studies of Dr. Marty Hazelton, if you look at the gang stat as well, if you look at the guys, the researchers who have done 25, 30 years of research on ovulatory shift, every last one of them, every experiment, every data set, every robust is the word that they use, robust evidence that this is the case. That women are more perceptive of sexuality, of looking for masculinized features during that phase, the alpha genetic preference phase. Okay, this is me. Okay, I'm spitballing here. This is not necessary. I didn't pull this out of any book. That's me. But it helps when you see like graphs like this so you can get an idea. Now, does that mean your wife's going to leave you when she's in her proceptive phase? No, because if you go and you follow the research of Dr. Marty Hazelton, she will inform you that if women are in satisfying relationships, that's when they become more sexually perceptive with the man that they're with. If they are in unsatisfying relationships, that's when they seek alpha fucks outside the relationship. So gloom and doomers, black pill doomers, oh, it'll never work for me. Get off your fucking ass and get in shape and get your shit together. Just because she goes through ovulatory shift does not mean that you're going to get cheated on. All right. Just keep that in mind. That the same research stats that I use say the same thing. So keep that in mind while we're going forward here. So when we're talking about hypergamy, when I talk about hypergamy, I try to look at it in total like this. Okay. First 14 days is the alpha fuck side. For 14 through 28, I think I pushed it out to 20. I was trying to make it a monthly thing, but out to 28, that is the beta buck side. So provisioning, protection, and parental investment all exist on the post 14-day cycle, whereas alpha flux is 1 through 14 or thereabouts. Okay. We can see that through luteinizing hormone. Progesterone, of course, increases the need for, well, progesterone actually prompts menesis, but at that time, when people ask me like, well, Rolla, how does PMS, postmenstrual syndrome, like when she gets bitchy, like during that time, let's see where to go, during this time, in the luteal phase, like at the peak right there, see, like right around day 20-ish, maybe 18 to 20, that's when PMS starts kicking in. I'll explain. I'm okay. Theoretically, I'm going to just quote like Marty Hazelton and Gangstad here in a minute, but the idea is this. I'll just give you the loose theory is that during the menstrual, during menesis, during the luteal phase, when women get bitchy and complain, what that is this is theory. Okay. From an evolutionary perspective, the idea is this, is that right here in the follicular phase, when women are horny and that they really want to get after it with guys who have masculinized features because they want to increase the possibility of fertility, what happens is once the egg drops at day 14, and you see that spike right there, once it drops, the theory is this, is that especially if the woman is having sex, casual sex during that time, or having sex, maybe it's with the partner, whatever, the female body presumes that it is pregnant. Now, we'll get to the birth control question because I know you're going to come at me with that. But let's just say no birth control is involved at all. The female body believes that thinks that it prepares itself for pregnancy. That's really what menesis is, right? It's like flooding the body, or flooding the uterus with nutrients and blood and everything else in the hopes that a fertilized egg will embed itself in the wall of the uterus, okay? So what does that do hormonally? What does that do psychologically? And what will be the point of all that psychology in the first place? So the theory is this, is that if a female body believes, for lack of a better term, that it is pregnant and prepares itself for pregnancy that may or may not come, it's still erring on the side of, I might be pregnant. So what happens is that the seeking for comfort, for feminized features in men, for the beta bucks side of hypergamy comes into play, and it becomes more important. So this is the time, if you go and you look here, I think I put it there. If you look at the beta side of the ovulatory shift hypothesis here, if you look at low fertility, this is when she's least likely to get pregnant, but it's also the most likely for her to look for what Marty Hazelton calls nesting qualities, or nesting resources, looking for comfort, looking for familiarity. Everything that Rob and Chris Williamson are talking about in that whole thing, well, like that section there, all that where they say, this is all there is. This is the only side of hypergamy. This is why they want dad bods. We found out the real truth. They do on day 14 through day 28. You know goddamn well this is true. Otherwise, you wouldn't have that picture on there. But anyways. So from that point, what happens is the body prepares itself a female body prepares itself to become pregnant. What happens then, it's almost like going through a mini pregnancy. When women are pregnant, they actually become pregnant. They go through what's called the nesting phase. So they want to make sure that they're safe, and they want to like make sure that they go to Bed Bath and Beyond, and they buy all the pillows, and they it's like this nesting mentality. Now think of that on a smaller scale, but she's not actually pregnant. And so what happens is that the body goes through that. Then the body, female body says, "Oh my God, we're not actually pregnant," and it's flushing that out. Well, what happens is right between the days, let's just say 14 through about 20, maybe halfway, right around there, on that side of the equation. That's when women are. That's when if you're a beta male orbiter, that's when women will give you the time of day. That's when they'll go, "Oh, you're such an asshole." I get them on the phone. You become an emotional tampon. The emotional tampon exists between day 14 and day 20-ish right there. That's when the phone friends start in. That's when guys, hey, so I have a chance, but I'm really like you. I'm a cuttlefish. I'm a sneaky fucker. I'm a male feminist. I'm on your side. He's so horrible. I would never do you wrong like that, baby. Like that, if she's calling you, she wants to be your friend. That's the point. That's when she wants to be around her girlfriends, and she's basically bringing the necessity to have safety in numbers. I want to draw these guys in because I don't know that if I'm pregnant or not. If I am, then I want to have them around because I got to be safe. There's this, hormonally, psychologically, that's when there's this drawing of like sort of the beta male orbiters and her girlfriends too, the females as well. And so that right up until the point we're going to get to about the 20 day, right? Now you look at the spike in progesterone right there. Now what happens is she realizes she's not actually pregnant, or the body anyways realizes that it's not pregnant. And it's starting to flush itself out. So you can look at where the meniscus starts over here at towards the downside of the luteal phase. And then it flushes itself in the because we're coming back around full circle here in the meniscus phase. Right around 21 to 28 is when women experience PMS. And that PMS, theoretically, this is not me, this is the hypothesis, is pushing away all of the beta males that were comfortable, that were familiar, that could have provided resources, that could have been there to make sure ensure the survival of the child that the body thought it might have as a result. So that during that nesting phase, the nesting phase being only maybe a week, maybe 10 days, of bringing the friends, the beta male friends into the circle, and then now I got to be a bitch to these guys, because if I don't get rid of these guys, I'm never going to be able to fuck the hot guy in the foam cannon party when we come back to day 7 again. And so therefore that the aggravation, the frustration, the anger, the irritability of PMS is a evolutionary function to push away the beta males that were drawn in during that nesting phase. Day 14 through 20-ish, right? So now that's the theory. Okay. The reason why women stereotypically get bitchy after they get PMS is because it's meant to, physically it feels like shit. I'm sure that, going through cramps and everything else. Don't get me wrong, ladies. I'm not taking anything away from your pain. I'm just looking at the evolutionary function of that. So yeah, there's like, oh my God, I can't stand these guys. Then by the time day 7 rolls around again, then you're ready to go back to Vegas for a girls' night out. That's how it works. Theoretically, hypothetically, that's how it works. That's ovulatory shift in a nutshell. And so now that we've gone through the very visceral nastiness of meniscus and the menstrual cycle, when we look at guys like this talking about how this side, if you look at the low fertility side, everything that makes a guy attractive during the 14 through 28 day bit of the cycle right there, that's all these motherfuckers can talk about. That's all they can think about, because that's all they're useful for during that particular phase. So that's when I'm here for you, baby. Don't worry about it. I'm your phone friend. I would never do something like that to you. I can't believe you got back with that jerk. Did he fuck you again? Yeah. Oh my gosh. I would never treat you like that. That's where the pedestalization, and that's where the beta orbiting, and that's where the old pay pigs and the simps are, right around there. That's where they're at. Right in the luteal phase. Simps are born in the luteal phase. That's where that comes from. But here's the thing. You go and you listen to Jordan Peterson, you listen to Chris Williamson, you listen to Dr. David Buss. They think that side of the 14 through the 28 days, that's the only side that women prioritize. That's the only thing women consider when they're talking about their mating selections. Get the fuck out of here. And you know it, Chris Williamson. You wouldn't have that picture on your masthead if that weren't the case. Prosecution rests, Your Honor. Prosecution rests.
Guilty.
Yes. All right. Let me catch up here. I got something else for you here. Just a second. I want to point that out because that is going to relate to something else I'm going to talk to you all about. But again, I did that. Everything I just gave to you right now, I did a talk called, what was it? Oh, hypergamy micro to macro. There's a whole lot more to it than just that. That's the nuts and bolts of it. And I've been talking about that really since 2011, but I had that conversation with Alan Roger Currie in 2015 on Blog Talk Radio. Attraction and arousal are therefore potentially modified by hormonal birth control. Okay, we're coming back to that. Hold that thought, ML. Actually, I'm going to star that and I will come back to that because that's another piece of the puzzle. So, Sarlita, what do you got to say? So if she's refusing sex for the first 14 days, you're in, yeah. Well, here. Thank you for bringing that up, Sarlita. I will come back here. Here we go. So here's the deal. If she doesn't want to fuck you in day 7 through 14, you're probably not getting laid. You're probably not on the list. She might have a use for you after day 14. She doesn't have any use for you before. Now, remember what we say, and this will be in the book of maxims that I'm working on right now. Women make rules for betas and they break rules for alphas. The rule breaking happens right around, let's just say day 5 through 14. So the rule breaking starts day 5 of the proliferative phase. The rule making starts right here in the low fertility beta buck side of things. Okay, I should also add, this is important too. You'll notice at the bottom there, it says functions to confuse paternity. That's because estrus and primate reproduction primarily, but certainly for humans have what's called concealed estrus, meaning that guys can't actually know when the chick is like 100% ready to rock unless she's giving off like cues, like sexual ornamentation, for example. I have when I throw this out there, I say, guys, you need to track that girl's you try to figure out where she is on her menstrual cycle. Guys like, I can never do that. I can't read their mind, blah, blah, blah. No, you can. You already know how to. Instinctually, men already know how to read those signs. One of those is she wearing a red dress? What's she dressed like? Why are you dressed like that? You got to hook his uniform on, right? And you want to go on girls' night out to Vegas for the weekend. Now looks like the proliferative phase. Yeah. So guys always get confused and they say, well, Rolo, how am I ever going to find that out? You'll know. The joke, whenever you see me, by the way, I'll explain to you the hoop earrings here. The reason why I say, I'll do hashtag hoop earrings, or like if I see some chick on Fresh and Fit and she's got these really, the huge hoops, like what is it? The bigger the hoop, the bigger the hoe, the hoop, the bigger the hoe. That has a touch of reality in it, in the foundation of that. There's actually a little bit of truth into that. And so hoop earrings, I don't know why. I don't know what the circle thing is. I got no earthly idea why it's a hoop and not like a stud or a dangly thing or whatever. The reason why we say the bigger the hoop, the bigger the hoe is because if you go and you look at porn, like, I don't know, Mia Khalifa, Lana Rhoades, whoever your favorite, washout is, go look at their porn and look and see. You can, I'm not. Go and look and see what kind of earrings they're wearing. Next time you're like stroking one out and you pay attention, you will never look at porn again in the same way. When you look for earrings, notice how many like girls are wearing studs, and then notice how many are wearing hoops. I'm wondering now, I'm not going to be the one to do this research, but somebody who is not me should go and like get a sample of, let's just say, what would be a good body of work? Let's say 500, watch 500 porn movies and whatever, and make them, you would kind of have to look at the girl or the female involved. There have to be age demographics, I say. So you got a girl who's like, let's say 18 to 24, and then 24 all the way up to MILF porn, whatever it is. And then look at how many scenes where the woman is wearing an earrings. And in each one of those, how many of those are hoop earrings? I would love to know if there's like a database for that. I bet Pornhub probably already knows this, because they keep pretty accurate stats. I mean, about, downloads and stuff like that. But I would love to know like what the percentage of like hoop earrings to like stud earrings are per scene in porn. I would say it's probably overwhelmingly hoops. But again, the reason why I'm pointing this out is because it's sexual ornamentation. And that's one of the ways that guys can sort of figure out whether that girl is actually in the 7 to 14 day range or if she's not. Now, some people say, well, it's pheromones. Okay, there's some studies on that. Was it the sweaty t-shirt experiment? That exists. If you would want to know what the sweaty t-shirt? Okay, so Sweaty t-shirt is this, and this is Dr. Marty Hazelton, once again, my favorite Evo Psych researcher next to, well, I mean, probably Marty Hazelton, I would say I would be more starstruck than maybe even Gadsod. But Gadsod and her are like simpatico. I've seen interviews between the two of them, but I love both of them. Anyways, the idea is that the sweaty t-shirts is what they did is they got a bunch of guys who had high testosterone and lower testosterone. They had them work out in t-shirts. They collected the t-shirts. They registered what the serum testosterone in each of the guys, and then they would have women at different phases at these different phases right here, different phases in the menstrual cycle. And they would smell the t-shirts, and they would have a group of girls who would be in the follicular phase. They would smell, and they say, okay, which one smells the most attractive to you? And then they would do the same thing for the beta phase, for the low fertility phase, right? But in all of them, by order of degree, the men with the higher testosterone were the ones whose sweaty t-shirts smelled the best, like most arousing to them. So testosterone has something to do with sexual mating choice, let's just say, between men and women. However, it was much more pronounced in the high fertility phase. So just bear that in mind, because a lot of people want to throw shade at ovulatory shift, in particular David Buss, who has been a proponent of it right up until the point where he was 68 or 69, got with his new girlfriend and has since produced a child as a result of that, and also was toying with the idea of being a relationship coach himself. Keep that in mind. That's a late breaking news or late information to me, but yeah. So he and Rob Henderson also, and I want to say there's probably a couple other people who are promoting the idea of what's called the mate shifting hypothesis, which I think is ludicrous. I think it's based on social constructionism, and shame on you for even like not being hypercritical of that. Because here you are, an evolutionary psychologist, you're looking at the nuts and bolts, you're looking at the genetic side of things, and all you want to do is look at the social side, affluence and status and everything else. If it was all like when I look at this, if I look at even Chris Williamson, but also Rob Henderson, the only thing that's important is the 14 to 28 day, phase, the luteal phase. If that's where women's mate choice all comes from, then it would stand to reason that the dad bod calendar would outsell the Chippendales Thunder from Down Under calendar. And it would also stand to reason that a guy that looks like Chris Williamson would not be as desirable as a fat fuck. The end. Simple as that. Now, let's come back to, where do we go? Let's come back to your question here. Thanks for that $50, my friend. Skin Coffin. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your support to Ned's college fund, keeping your boy off OnlyFans. $50 super chat at a time. And Emilio.
Say my name.
During ovulation, women have rounder facial characteristics and higher temperature because they're flushed. Do women subconsciously wear red dresses and hoop earrings to project their... Okay, I already talked about the hoop earrings. Yes. Why? In fact, pretty much, again, I think there's a strong case for this. The reason why women put blush on, the reason why they accentuate the eyes, the reason, if you look at all the ways that women wear makeup, like in Western culture, but you can also go into, this is multicultural. They use makeup to simulate the features of looking younger and looking as if they are in some sort of, in the proliferative phase. So that even when women are in the luteal phase and they're still putting on the makeup of a woman who is in the proliferative phase, they're still looking for the guy who might be a good candidate. So when they finally come back around to day 7, that they'll be good to go. That's, again, hypothesis, but I think it's a pretty strong hypothesis. Put it this way. I think it's a good predictive framework, something you can set your clock by. All right. Thank you. I got to you. I'm going to get back here. Oh, I will come back to you here in just a second. We're going to talk about the hormonal birth control question here in just a minute. because I know people like this. There's a lot of talk about this saying, oh, women are marrying the wrong guys. Yeah, there's a strong case for that. But if she's bitchy, are you her alpha? No, it doesn't matter. She's going to be bitchy either way, because remember, it's meant that the latent purpose, hypothetically, again, I always got to preface this, hypothetically, idea is that she comes out of the nesting phase, she gets bitchy to push away all of the beta males that she was hoping that she would need to be cooperative in helping her raise the child, because when women become pregnant, they become extra vulnerable. Even if you live in modern Western society in a first world country where you have modern medicine and everything else, it doesn't erase 100,000, 200,000 years of instinct. And that's the instinct. Are you alpha? Yes, you still are if she's bitchy with you, because she's going to be bitchy to everybody. Here's the real question, ML. Does she want to fuck you at day 7? Then you can figure it out for yourself. Please describe break phase in women ages 18 to 20. I will, if you'd like me to. I can get to that. And if women are so outraged that men see them as sex objects, shouldn't us men be as outraged that women see us as success objects? No and no. Both of those are kind of red herrings. I'll explain to you. Thank you, implied leader, for that. That's actually a good, insightful question. Now, before I get to your question, though. So when it comes to hormonal birth control, it's a great book. Do I have it in the? Oh, it's in my bedroom, actually, a bedroom book closet. I've got one book closet right here in the studio that's way over there. But I have Marty Hazelton's book. It's called Hormonal by Dr. Marty Hazelton. I think she published it in 2017 or 2018. Great book. You kind of have to get through the prefaces of her. She wants to get her feminist street cred because she knows that feminists are going to come at her for revealing all of this information. She is a evolutionary psychologist. She is a doctor, Dr. Marty Hazelton. She has been doing research on ovulatory shift for, I want to say, 25 to 30 years now at UCLA in California, Southern California. University of California, Los Angeles. She's been doing that for quite some time. She's definitely a contemporary with any of these guys like David Buss or Dr. Godsod. Godsod and her, like they're really sweet on each other. I kind of like that too. I kind of like the fact that they're almost like, student and teacher kind of relationship. However, she has covered exactly this, which is, and by the way, this is not a new thing, because I think a lot of people suddenly think that this is like a novel information. We've been studying the effects of hormonal birth control on ovulatory shift since as far back as I think the late 90s. So this is not new data. To give you the short version of this is that it doesn't technically destroy alpha fucks beta bucks. It doesn't predispose women to just get with the chumpish beta blue pill, soft, vulnerable, emotionally, weesh kind of guy. It depresses the system. So if you look at this, I'll see if I can explain this to you with these graphs here. Where'd it go? There we go. If you look at this right here, okay, these hormone levels, FSH, I can't remember something. LH is luteinizing estrogen and progesterone. I forget what FSH is. If you look at the basal body temperature as well. So if you look at the basal body temperature, now imagine taking all of those and squashing those lines down a little bit. Okay. So if you take all those and you push them down a little bit, that's where, and again, it depends on the type of hormonal birth control that the woman happens to be on, because I don't know if you're aware of this, but there are many different types of, two main types, but others of types of hormonal birth control that have an effect on convincing the body that it is actually pregnant. And that's what a lot of people make the mistake there. It's kind of like bonehead. You have to know something about the hormones, and you have to be an endocrinologist almost. But according to Dr. Marty Hazelton and all the research that I have looked at in the past, because boy, let me tell you, everybody wants to come at you about this. It's not that HBC, hormonal birth control, it's not that HBC only puts women into this side. It's not like they prioritize the luteal phase all the time. It's not in this constant luteal phase, because if that were the case, women on birth control would never want to go to the foam cannon party. They would never want to go to Zook on a Saturday night, right? There are more women than not are on birth control, at least in the United States anyways. Hormonal birth control. And so are they all making mistakes with the guy? Are they all with beta male dudes? Of course not. We know that factually, statistically. If you, again, GSS studies, if that were the case, those numbers would not be what they are. Because it would mean, oh, well, everybody gets a shot. They all want nice guys. They all want guys with beer guts. They all want dad bods, right? If that were the case, again, the dad bod calendar will be outselling the Chippendales calendar if hormonal birth control predisposed women to picking only beta male, weesh, blue pill, simpy guys. So what it does, at least as far as, again, I'm not a scientist, but according to Hazelton, according to the people who know this shit, these spikes, the lines there that are in the middle of there. Now imagine those squished down a little bit, okay? Pushed down. So it depresses that cycle, but it doesn't eliminate that cycle. So hypergamy exists in the same context. It's just that it's compressed, I guess is probably the better way to put it. Now, what happens when you go off? Then they spring back to those levels. So now you've got a progesterone level that spikes as opposed to where it was before to convince the body that it was actually pregnant. Now there's theories and there's people saying, well, it's because when women go off of birth control when they get married and they married the beta blue pill chump and they go off birth control and they don't want to have anything to do with the guy. I'm sure that women experience that, but it's because all of these lines come back up to where they were, their natural levels. That might have something to do with it for sure. But by and large, it's not like one side is lopsided over. So that's my best understanding of it. I'm just, if anything changes, you'll be the first to know. So then let's get to this. If women are so outraged to see them as sex objects, okay, my answer to this, here, I'll just read it again. If women are so outraged that men see them as sex objects, shouldn't us men be just as outraged that women use us as success objects? No and no. Women should not be outraged that men see them as success objects. Would you like a bold statement? I put this out a million times. I got this in 2 books. Women would rather be objectified than idealized. You know why? Why do I say that? Well, because the objectification happens day 7 through 14. The idealization phase is 14 through 28. That's why. Now, the other problem is this, is when men see a half-naked woman, I got the fMRI scans and the research to back this up, by the way. When men see women in a state of undress, we tend to look at them in individual parts. Like our body does this instantaneously. We don't even realize we're doing it. Is she fuckable? Should she pass the boner test or not? Right? That's what we call it. That's the pickup artist terminology. But the way that our brain sees the swimsuit model, or go watch, and women know this too, like go look at your favorite girl on Instagram or any girl on Instagram right now in a bikini or a thong or whatever else, your body picks out, or your eyes, your visual acuity, because men are folk, when it comes to sex, men are visual. But how does that acuity work for men? Well, because we look at women as objects. We look at women as individual parts before we see the whole. That's just how the fucking machine works. Get the fuck over it. God, I hate that too. I've had to answer this so many times. Well, should we? You're objectified. It's the male gaze. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. It is the male gaze, and you love every goddamn minute of it, as long as the guy looks like Chris Williamson. As long as the guy looks like fucking Justin Waller or Jason Momoa, women have no problem being objectified by a guy that is definitely pre-qualified and in that 4.5%. It's the other guys that they get kind of, is he a creep? Is he not? They don't want to be objectified by guys who are not worthy of fucking them, confirmedly worthy of fucking them. And those guys are in the Chippendales calendar and not in the Dadbots calendar. So, yes, men view women as sex objects. Simple as that. It's the way our biology works. In fact, it had to in our biological past, because we had to be efficient opportunistic breeders. We still are today, technically. That's why pornography is the number one addiction. It's like why guys get so habituated to porn, because it satisfies that. It's the variety side of things for sure, but it's also unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. No filters, no nothing. The world would, for heterosexual men, would look like a gay bathhouse. I can get whatever I want. Great. That in the gay bathhouse that heterosexual men participate in right now, that's Pornhub. I hope. X videos. What's the other one? I'm trying to think of that now. Pornhub is the only one that comes to mind. So when men are looking at women, we look at them as objects. That's simply the way that we evolved. We had to be able to hit it and quit it, ejaculate and evacuate. Because we didn't know if dad was around or brother was around or someone else or husband was around or whatever to beat our ass and kill us. Opportunistic breeding. The reason why men need variety, it's not variety, it's hit it and quit it, get in, get out, go. Men are R-selected when it comes to their mating strategies. Women are K-selected. That you want to know why are we adversarial in our mating strategies? That's why. So when you have a society that gives the virtual experience of the R selection and the K selection to both sexes, and you're wondering why they don't come, they're having difficulties connecting and having babies and marrying and having long-term relationships. That's why. Because we can monetize and commercialize the R selection for men, and we can monetize and commercialize and make and make indignant women on the K side of that strategy. That's why we're at where we're at in Western societies anyway. But as far as the objectification, people are, what was the joke? Science is always shocked to come home from work early and find Mother Nature fucking the mailman. It's like, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe this is actually the way it is. No, it is. It's because you live in a gynocentric social order, and your perception is that anything that is, and I'm going to quote Piers Morgan here, anything that's against women is misogyny. No. The reason why we think that, we think, oh, men are objectifying women. Yeah, they have been since we were like running around in hunter-gatherer tribes on sub-Saharan African savannas in 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago. That's how we got. You want to know how we became the apex species on planet Earth? Those strategies. I don't know. That's hard to go home with. It's hard. There's no sugar to have. This cereal's really bitter. That's the long and the short of it, man. I didn't say it was going to be pretty. I just said it'd be the truth. But that's the objectification side. And women think that in a perfect world, in women's our selected world, they get the perfect guy. They get Jason Momoa to fuck, and they get Father Knows Best. And then they get Chris Williamson to be the upstanding gentleman who takes care of them, provisioning, protection, and parental investment. In a perfect way, in a gynocentric social order, that's the prime directive. Men have to measure up to all that. You got to fuck me really good when day 1 through 14, and you got to be like my perfect husband and dote over me and buy me ice cream and get me pickles because I might be pregnant. That's that's that side of it. Now, okay, so that's the objectification. Again, the reason why I say that men will always objectify women sexually, like when we're assessing, men automatically assess reproductive viability in women within a split second. Is she fuckable? Is she not fuckable? No. Okay. Then I know how to proceed. Right? Is she not? Okay. Then I know how to proceed. Like we have that, whatever is turning you on Pornhub tomorrow, tonight, in the next window that you have open right now, whatever that is, that's your R selection right there. That's you objectifying women. And again, there's nothing wrong with objectifying women at all. Women would rather be objectified than idealized. What do I mean by that? Well, women would rather not be on a pedestal, put it that way. Beta males, the men that she has to make rules for, because those guys aren't generally the ones that she wants to have babies with, unless you're Ryan Gosling. Those guys have to jump through hoops. They have to have value added because they're not the hot guy in the foam cannon party. They are the guys that will do because they have superior resources and they've got money and they're caring and they're doting and they're generous and they're emotionally available and they're funny and everything, but they don't look like Chris Williamson in that picture. So you're fine for the luteal phase. You're fine for parental. You're fine. You're a good dad. Good dads exist on day 14 through the 28th. CADs exist on day 1 through 14. Poof. End of story. Thank you very much. That's it. The breaking of the rules starts day 1. The making of the rules starts day 14. And that's how it works. However, when we've, again, I'm going to quote the research here. When men have viewed, like they have fMRI scans anyways, I should really have I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for this question, but fMRI scans have shown that men who see like a half naked chick, it triggers the part of the brain in men that is associated with tool use. That's really sometimes occasionally I hear somebody try to throw that one out there. They don't understand it completely. So in the interest of accuracy for any of you grifters who want to be red pill, here's the thing. When men see women, it triggers a half naked woman that is attractive that they want to bang. It triggers a part in our brains that is associated with tool use. Why would it do that? Because it's a solution to a problem. Your evolutionary problem, your reproductive problem. How am I going to breed? It is the most imperative problem that men face besides having drink, oxygen, and food. In some cases, it even replaces food. There's actually studies that show that men think of sex before they think of food. However, we won't dig into that one today. But according to fMRI studies, assuming the Sports Illustrated chick isn't like morbidly obese, it triggers the part of your brain that's associated with tool use because your brain from back in the sub-Saharan African savannas was pretty much fine-tuned to say, can I fuck that and get away? And can I not? Can I hit it and quit it? Can I ejaculate and evacuate? Thank you very much, John, for Modern Life Dating for that quote. See, I accredit, man. That's okay. We're opportunistic breeders. So that's the objectification. So when women say, oh, you make us sexual objects. Yeah, because you do. And women, you make yourself sexual objects because you know that that's in your own reproductive interest as well. That's dehumanizing. No, it's actually very humanizing because that's the way the human machine works. Better to work within the framework than try turn it around and change the nature of the game. So that's that side. Now, isn't it horribly unfair? Is that the second part of your question? Or is it? But Rollo, it's horribly unfair. And shouldn't we be outraged? Wait, is it? Hold on. Where did that one go? Shouldn't we be outraged? I'm sorry. I can't get back. Oh, there it is. Is this it? God damn, you guys have been active. My bad. See, I start monologuing and you guys get all like spicy in it. Thank you. Thank you. As long as it goes to Ned's keeping my boy off OnlyFans, one super chat at a time. Thanks for that, Tori. Here we go. Okay. What was the second? Okay. So shouldn't us men be just as outraged? No. And I'll tell you why. Because men and women have different priorities when it comes to mating. Okay. Long term. So let me ask you this. If this is the case, like by this logic, I've already talked about the sex object side. Shouldn't us men just be just as outraged when women see us as success objects? Women only see men as success objects when they're looking to satisfy the goals of day 14 through day 28, the beta buck side. But they're opportunistic. That's just the way it works. What you ought to be more offended by, I think, here, where'd you go? What you ought to be more outraged by is the fact that you are still stuck in the idea, and I'm not saying you personally, but guys in general, because it might not be you, I'm not flaming you, but stuck in the idea that sex is about transaction. And I'm glad you brought this up because it's also part of the menstruation lecture here. This side right here of, where'd it go? This side of, where's it go? I'll just give you this one. So day 14 to day 28, the low fertility side, that is when women still have sex, but they do so transactionally. So when we talk about validation, you've probably heard me talk about the difference between validational sex and and transactional sex. What is validational sex? In a nutshell, I'll give it to you the brief way. So everybody's going to rip me off. Just be accurately rip me off. You can rip me off, but just here's the idea. Here's the hypothesis. So day 1 through 14, the proliferative phase, that's when women want to fuck the hot guy in the foam cannon party. That's when they're looking for 6-pack abs, V taper, a nice butt, chiseled jawline, more masculine eyes, a blockhead, right? They're looking for Giga Chad at that point. Guy with a big dick and 6-pack abs, and the more masculine, the things that arouse women tend to be more interested in when they're in the proliferative phase, whether that's someone they're married to or someone they're not married to. Okay, it is what it is. Shouldn't you be offended that she wants to bang Jason Momoa? Suddenly she wants to see Aquaman in day 1 through 14. I'm offended. I'm outraged. Don't be. You should probably use that outrage and get your fat ass in the gym and start looking something close to fucking Jason Momoa. Maybe. I don't know. Odds are you do. Statistically, you probably do. All right. So, but then there's the opposite side here. And that's the day 14 to day 28 when you're in low fertility. This is when transactional sex, right here, past like the pink area, the low fertility, that's when female primates allow sexual access to male primates who perform a function. They are serviceable. They provide babysitting for the babies, right? Or they will pick nits off of them, or they will bring them bananas, or they will have some sort of value added that they don't want to fuck the beta male chimp or gorilla during this phase. But they will give him sexual access to keep him around because he's useful in the sense that he will give resources. So in the alpha phase, which is the day 1 through 14, when she wants to fuck the guy, the female primate is in the harem of the alpha male. That's when she's proceptive. That's when she starts doing the twerk. And by the way, yes, gorillas will twerk. I have the video to show you. To show of the females will do that to indicate that they are ready for, let's go. What was it? Oh, lordosis. I got a good one for you here in a minute. So anyway, let me finish this thought. So the beta male side is the transactional side. The alpha male, the validational side, the sex that women want to have happens right in that high fertility area, but usually anywhere between like 6 to 14, somewhere in those phases. Can it happen outside of those? Yes, it can, but those are from extenuating circumstances, which I have covered before, and I'll get back into that in a minute. I have had really good, in my sexual history, I've had really good sex with women when it's Shark Week. Okay. I'm not saying I'm proud of it, but I'm just saying that, maybe the Torah, would call me a sinner for doing so. But there are instances where women will have sex with an alpha male while they are in the menesis phase, because by doing so, it will reserve that guy, will prove quality or sexual interest in that alpha male, so that when that female is in the alpha male phase, is in the proliferative phase, that's when he'll be around. He'll be available. It's an idea. It's almost like securing the alpha male. Like, oh, I got to give it up to him now. I know I'm on the rag, but okay, I got to give it up to him. I got to give him a good Hummer, keep him around, so that when I am in the fertility phase, the higher fertility phase, then he'll be around too. That's theoretically, that's the latent purpose of that. But the idea, anyways, of where we go, dang it, there it is. The idea of having so the idea of being outraged that women see as success objects is really reserved for the beta bucks provisioning, protection, and parental investment side of hypergamy. You should not be outraged at any of that. Men should not be outraged at hypergamy. It is what it is. You either accept it and work within that paradigm and play the game, or you don't, and you can be outraged and pissed off and cry about it. Interpretation means your feelings mean nothing. Outrage is a feeling. Fuck your feelings. Are you going to work within that paradigm or are you not? That's really the question. So no, you shouldn't be outraged. And no, women should not be outraged that men see them as sex objects. It's simply the way the machine evolved, and that's how we're built. Thank you. I got up the alpha there. I saw that. There's something I wanted to look at that. Thank you for Ned's college fund. I already got to you. And let's see. I do have one last video here for you. We're at the 3:34 mark. Okay. Trying to be, I got to pack, man. I got an early flight to Miami tomorrow. You guys are keeping me from packing my bags right now and spending time with my dogs. What do we got here? Okay. Ananuk called out Courtney Ryan for stealing and warping your talking points. Courtney Ryan? I don't know who that is. Which she denied, liar, when she discussed 45% of women being childless by 2030. Maybe she's probably, you're probably right. You probably are right. Thank you for doing here. You can get one of these.
Say my name.
I'll give you a say my name. How's that? You're probably right, but the talking point is that would you like me to go get it? It's the rise of the she economy from 2019, Morgan Stanley projections for 2030. That's where it comes from. So if anybody's stealing anything, you're stealing it from Morgan Stanley. I just use it as a talking point because it's pretty grim feature. In the grim darkness of the far future, Jim Gilliam, there is only childless women. And I know you guys are going to ask me about that later. I think women nowadays never take a break from the 304 phase, from the hoe phase. Thank you. You know what 304 is, right? Take that, turn it upside down, and it spells hoe. Can we just can we be adults now? From teenage years and so on. So I'm not sure what the break phase is. Okay, so the break phase is this. You wanted me to talk about that, so I will talk about that. I think I have it here. There we go. All right, so the break phase is this. If you look towards the 18 to 20 mark, the reason why I threw that in there is because I start the timeline. This, by the way, this timeline is from my second book, Preventive Medicine, which, by the way, I was discussing with Alan Roger Currie in that same radio address, the Blog Talk Radio interview. And I think we might have even talked about this. So from 15 all the way to 50 is where I do the timeline. And so there's a teenager. Why did I start at 15? Well, the reason I was that is because that's usually at the time where guys get their high school sweethearts. 15, you're sophomore, maybe 16, maybe you're junior, whatever. So that's why I started there. And then, so you've got the teenage phase. And you'll notice that alpha short term at the very top of that. Hopefully you can see that. That's when looks are all that matters to women. In fact, looks primarily matter to women throughout their entire lives. But the prioritization all young ladies of a teenage variety care about really is not about resources and not about money and not does he come from a good family and is he a sweet guy and does he like puppy dogs? No, they care if the guy if one criteria. Does he look like Chris Williamson? Is he hot? HAWT. That's where that comes from. So anyways, you get to the break phase. Why did I put the break phase in there? The break phase is that's when you have the high school sweetheart or the guy finally gets the teenage guy is coming out of high school. And it's a very, I think, the reason I put it in the book is it's a very crucial point in men's lives and women's lives, young women's lives too, but mostly men. Because what happens is during that break phase, guys would probably marry that girl right out the gate. Like they will, that's the phase in which young men will change their majors and go to a college that has nothing to do with any of their real interests, right? That's when the break phase is right when young men will make life impacting decisions in order to facilitate sex, in order to facilitate a relationship. How do I know that? Well, here's the best way to describe the break phase is this. And I wish I had the video on hand. I got to go dig it up again. There are college football recruiters, and those college football recruiters will try to find the best of the best because they want that good football player to come from high school to their college. And the problem is they started noticing these trends, these predictable trends. So what would happen is there would be a guy who's a great quarterback or a great running back or great wide receiver, whatever it is, maybe a lineman, who knows. And so the recruiters from Stanford or the recruiters from, I don't know, name a good football school. I don't know. Let's just say Stanford. Stanford's it's a good school, right? They go, Ian, we need to get this guy. This kid could really turn the college football team around because college football is big fucking money. So what they do is they send the recruiters out to the high school and they say, we really want to get Carson Strong from UNR. We really want to get him to come to play for Stanford or whatever. You're a great asset. We think we could really work with you. Here, we're going to get Stanford. We're going to give you a full ride scholarship. You can even make money from Nike with endorsements. We're going to give you the whole fucking world. And you know what those kids will do? They'll turn it down. And you know where they'll go? They will go to the college where their high school girlfriend is going. It is so predictable that college recruiters, sports recruiters, factor that into their recruiting now. So if a guy's got a girlfriend, he's the quarterback of the team, and they want to put him on the Stanford football team, or they want to put him on whatever college, they will not only have to recruit the kid, but they will also give his girlfriend a full ride scholarship to Stanford because they know that with such predictability that's what they will do. And the reason I'm referring this video is because there was this guy who pointed this out, and he showed where each one of these really potentially great football players were coming out of high school, and they were choosing these oddball colleges. Like, why would they take, Oregon? Why would they take, wherever the hell they go, Oklahoma? Well, Sooners are okay. Why would they go there and not go to where they were getting a better offer as for a scholarship at a better school and even a better football team in some cases? And in every single case where he identifies all of this, the girlfriend was going to that college, and the quarterback went to that college too. That's the break phase in a nutshell. Guys will do anything because they're still stupid. They're dumb, right? And they will risk potential. They will give up potential for the potential of fucking the girlfriend and maintaining the relationship. That's the break phase. And the reason why I say it's the break phase is because it's usually the phase at which the girl ends up going to one college, and the guy, whether he goes to college or not, they break up. And that's the reason I call it the break phase, is that's usually the point in time that men or young men and young women have their first real hardcore breakup in their lives. And it's usually as a result of that girl, by the way. And we can also point this back to, like, say, Title IX and all of these special dispensations that women get when it comes to the college, right? You want to know why women have more enrollment than guys? It's because they got better benefits. There's more incentive for young women to go to college than there is for men. And that also affects the break phase. Oh, but I got this great free ride. I got a full ride scholarship to Oregon. I got to Oklahoma, right? Ohio State, Stanford. So yeah, that's probably going to put a lot of stress on your relationship. That's why I call it the break phase. That's the first phase at which guys are really going to break. And it's also, I should say, it's important to remember that guys will try to maintain that in a long distance relationship. The first time a guy actually attempts to have an LDR, a long distance relationship, will usually be about 18 to 20, because they're trying to have their girlfriend be in another state at another college and going to her college parties while he is still at home or at where they met, or maybe he's going to another college himself and still trying to maintain this long distance relationship. That is when most young men attempt that. So that's why I put that in there. Hopefully that's not too long-winded for you. It is, I know, but whatever. Margot, I got a 5-string bass. I got a Jackson 5-string on the way. Do gauged earrings mean the same thing as hoop earrings? No. I don't see the appeal for that, to be quite honest. And it used to be off-putting to me, but then, like, I kept seeing so many people with gauged earrings and, like, around clubs, like when I was playing in metal clubs and metal scenes, like there wasn't too many gauged earrings back in the day, but like now that I'm playing out with like Trial of Ascension, and I'll go out to like Alturas Bar here in Reno, God forbid, but it doesn't bug me anymore. It used to be shocking to me, but I don't think it's the same. I would wonder though. Somebody do that study for me. I'm not going to do it. Go look at a bunch of porn and see how many women wear hoop earrings as opposed to not. And you don't have to watch the whole scene. You just get, okay, is she wearing one? Okay, next. It probably wouldn't take you all that long. Just to clarify, if women don't want to be idealized, not idolized, idealized, although you could probably make a case for idealized. Then do models just live in a perpetual hoe phase since it's a constant attention until they can't be models anymore? Perhaps. You want to know why Riley Reid and Mia Khalifa and Adriana Chekhov? You want to know why they still keep their porn names? Why are they still using their porn names? That's not their real names. Isn't Mia Khalifa? I don't think that's her real name. I'm pretty sure it's not. Riley Reid, probably not her real name. RR. It sounds like a porn name. Maybe I'm wrong. But why would they stick to their porn name? Well, because they still want that attention. Why? It's the same. You want to know why they keep their porn names? It's the same reason why women don't delete their Instagram once they get married. They're hedging their bets, man. That's the brand. They got to stay on brand. That's why. Mark Martin. What Chris Williamson is doing is straight up gaslighting an audience. No, what he's doing, gaslighting his audience based upon emotionalism and not factual empiricism, not imperialism, empiricism with an E. He probably doesn't realize, most guys don't, by the way, so I can't really, this isn't a taking a shot at anybody in particular, but most guys don't realize that their rationales for things like that, or they think of that like, oh, it's all about being nice and sweet and generous. And even like Jordan Peterson in his marriage series and in What Do Women Really Want? There's this thing called hypergamy, but it's only about beta buck. It's only about that latter half, the 14 through 28 days. That's all hypergamy is really about. And if you can master all of that and be a good provider and you could be a good long-term guy and you're just generous and everything, it doesn't matter what you look like. Until she comes around to day one. Yeah. Is it gaslighting? I don't know. I don't think so. And I'll tell you why. Because I think gaslighting would mean that there's like some sort of malicious intent behind it. I think they just simply don't know. I think that you want to be stuck in your blue pill way of thinking. Blue pill conditioning teaches guys that it's only about the beta buck side of hypergamy. It's only about security. It's only about being funny and having a good family and having a good job and really preparing and manning up and doing all this other bullshit. Meanwhile, she's fucking the hot guy in the foam cannon party. And then when you get to the point where she's 29 to 31, just like Mia Khalifa and the rest of these porn sticks, we're supposed to porn sticks. Somebody's going to use that now. We're supposed to forgive and forget, right? We're supposed to treat her like a lady. I will guarantee you, guys that think in terms like, Chris Williamson, I guarantee you that they would say, yeah, we should forgive them. The past is the past. You know, you need to be more secure in your masculinity. And if you were, it wouldn't matter if she's probably has a notch count of, probably quadruple digits. It shouldn't matter. Why would that matter? She's turned over a new leaf at 29 years, conveniently at 29. Her biological clock is ticking at 30 years old. The average age of first marriage for women, 28, 29. That's not coincidence. That's not a coincidence. Trust me. Did I catch everybody? So just real briefly, I don't think Chris Williamson is gaslighting. I think he honestly believes all that shit. I think it's honest. Not gaslighting. He thinks that and the reason why is he's engaging in intrasexual competition without knowing he's engaging in intrasexual competition, because that intrasexual competition of disqualifying certain males, of which he happens to be one, disqualifying them from the sexual marketplace. That's really, you want to know how human males, I mean, we can beat the shit out of each other and kill each other like we have in the past, like in medieval, what is it? You want to know why women are so turned on by violence? It's because there was no greater form of demonstrating higher value in the primeval world than killing a rival. That's why women get off on that. Even though they say that they don't, they get off on that. Violence is sexy, or capacity for violence is sexy. Even Peterson will recognize that. But when it comes down to it, you want to know why women are hybristophiles? That's why. It's sexy. Violence, or a capacity for violence, or a capacity for psychopathy, or for a capacity for all of that is sexy, because that guy could kill the saber-toothed tiger. That guy could the violence also connotate, I mean, it's hostile, whatever. It also connotates protective. protection. So a capacity for violence is actually satisfies both the alpha fucks and the beta fuck side of the mating strategy. That's why it will always be a selected for aspect of male desirability in women. It will always be that way. So when we're talking about like what is the mating strategy? Why is it that guys like, I don't think Chris Williamson is in any way gaslighting. I think he honestly believes in that stuff. It'd be gaslighting if he was like fiendishly trying to convince young men to go a different to lead them into the slaughterhouse, right? I don't think he's trying to do that at all. I think he honestly believes the shit. But what he doesn't understand, or maybe he's oblivious to, is that by doing so, he's engaging in intrasexual competition, disqualifying certain males from the sexual marketplace by convincing them that women really want what they got, really want this, when they don't. And they have to discover it the hard way, that women want alpha fucks and beta bucks. So is it fiendishly manipulative? It could be, but I would say most likely most guys like that. When you're talking about like a blue pill alpha, who's a white knight, like they make the worst white knights, right? The blue pill alpha guy who has he's anti-red pill whatsoever because he already possesses the qualities that he knows that women are going to want. It's in his best interests to disqualify a certain caliber, a certain competitor in the sexual marketplace. And it is even easier if the entire society backs him up on it. A real man only sticks with one woman. Yes, because that frees up all these other women for the guy who actually has the skills to get them to fuck. That's why everything is about intersexual competition. Everything. And you want society. I mean, functionally, society exists because of mating strategies. That's why. So like you got the 80%ers and they're never going to get laid unless I do something that's going to get me out of the 80%. Well, that sparks innovation, creativity. How can I get out of this? How do I get out of this hole so that I can reproduce? I can't beat the shit out of those guys because they'll kill me. Okay, well, what can I do? I can invent the dishwasher. I can invent the washing machine and dryer because it'll make your life easier, baby. And if you do so and you reproduce with me, then life will be easy sailing. Transactional for sure, but it does solve the reproductive problem. Sir, in the vast world of fiction, books, shows, etc., have you ever found any male protagonists with the proper mental frame and proper interactions with the world and people around them? The alternate is commonplace. Explain to me, what is the proper mental frame? What is the proper mental frame? Because that's a judgment call. That's a judgment call. Proper might be what's the most efficient, what's the most pragmatic, what's the most, because more often than not, the most pragmatic mental frame for men probably get you killed. The most pragmatic mental frame, whatever that happens to be, might also make you creepy. So what's proper? I think that's the definite. And I hate to go all Jordan Peterson, ambiguous on you, but so what I would argue is what's the best practices? What are the best practice? Knowing what you know, how is there any characters in fiction? Well, I mean, Han Solo. There you go. Captain Kirk. Is that proper? I don't know. I don't know what your judgment call of proper is going to be or what is not going to be. Now, I can't even find a male protagonist these days. So finding one with a proper mental framework is really, really difficult. There's none to be had because there ain't no protagonists anymore, male protagonists anyway. I mean, even in superhero movies, it's a woman king, Wakanda forever. Hell, I mean, even the Doctor Strange movie was more about Wanda than it was him. When you think about it, I mean, there's just show me where's the male protagonists, and maybe you can point out a few, but I would say that the very fact that there are so few to begin with, that's where you ought to start. But you would have to go back in time to find I'm going to presume you mean a conventionally masculine role. And you would definitely have to go back. No, there are no good movies anymore. We don't even watch movies anymore when you think about it. We watch series. We're upset if we have to watch just a 2-hour movie that has a beginning, a middle, a climax, and an end. Now it's like, oh man, I need to. You will sit and watch Netflix for 8 or 10 hours because you got an hour episode for season 1 of Ozark or whatever. You will seriously sit there and commit 8 to 10 hours. I don't know how many episodes, 8 to 10 hours of your life to that. If I said, dude, I got this great movie, but it's 8 hours long. Can you sit through it? You'd be like, get the fuck out of here. Even if I said, okay, you don't have to watch it all at one go. You can just watch it an hour at a time. You'd probably still say, get the fuck out of here. It's the serial churn marketing mentality. We don't even look at movies like we used to. Echo. Okay, here we go, Echo. It's Echo's time. Echo's moment of the show. I've seen women get angry when their male partner objectifies women or compliments other women in front of them. But do they get hot afterwards? I'm curious if they get more bothered when a beta says those things versus an alpha. So so when women get jealous, it's for a different Echo, since I love you and you're a sister wife and you don't have to give me a super chat. When women get jealous, it's usually because the jealousy stems from a risk of loss of resource and loss of security, a loss of emotional investment. Do you love her? Do you have a connection? That's why women want to rationalize an emotional affair. But I didn't fuck her. What are you talking about? I just talked to her online. But you're having an emotional affair. Here's the divorce paper. Because it triggers the same jealousy instinct in women. It looks like you're investing in this girl, and that's going to be a resource drain. And I already got one kid with you. And do you love her? Fucking another girl could be, relationship ending. Don't get me wrong, but it could also be a big turn on that is most definitely pre-selection right there. No woman would ever want to fuck you. And then suddenly a girl does. So maybe he's the kind of guy that other men want to be and other women want to fuck. And there it is, provably done because of infidelity. Not saying it's right. I'm just detailing the mechanics of all this. So women get jealous because of emotional investment, but it's really that emotional investment. The jealousy stems from the potential loss or opportunity cost of investing in a guy who is going to eventually leave her high and dry. That's why we have divorce laws and alimony laws. Leave her high and dry because he ejaculated and evacuated. He wasn't the kind of guy that stuck around. Your Honor, I need half. That's where that comes from, by the way. Alimony. You want alimony, like today's alimony laws? I just was reading an article about this. Alimony today, I was because I'm going to be doing the divorce episode with Myron this week, and I had to get this in because when we talk about alimony, like people always say, well, in your state, like it's 10 years and then you're alimony for life. Where did that come from? What's the history of alimony? So I started looking at the history of it, and it goes back to like British European common law from like the 1700s or maybe even 1600s. I can't remember. It goes back then. Now we've updated it since then, but in the United States, most alimony laws were framed or at least find their root in Depression era United States, the 1930s. Because guys would be like, okay, I'm busted ass broke, and I got to leave my wife. It was really a financial concern more than anything else. It's like, I'm going to be that's where deadbeat dad, that's where that came from. And that's not a recent trope. That's as far back as the Depression era, the deadbeat dad. That's why I say deadbeat. That sounds like it's like a colloquialism. Yeah, because it was born in the 1930s, Depression era 1930s. So, that's where our alimony laws in the United States find their root. So essentially, when you're forced to pay alimony for the rest of your life, it's because some son of a bitch back in 1932 in the Dust Bowl, the Grapes of Wrath, right, wanted to leave his wife and kids, right, because he's like, I'm busted. sucks, but it is what it is. What would you think about ARC's chart describing A versus B? YouTube link, watch. Okay, I'll check that out. I don't know, but I will get back to you. I'm not really sure what you're talking about. Are you talking about mode 1? I would be remiss if I don't talk a little bit about, because we're coming up on 4 hours now. I'll be remiss if I don't talk about indirect versus direct game, because that was the one point of contention I had the most with Alan Roger Currie, which I'll try to get into and do it as briefly as possible. Define definite G. If a woman gets the alpha to commit, would the luteal, not luteal, here, look, here, this is it. Please make a note of it. Accuracy is everything, my friend. The luteal phase, Luteal, the luteal phase. Okay. If a woman gets the alpha to commit, would the luteal phase be her trying to tame the alpha? Yes and no. You have to look at it in playing the long game. The luteal phase would be looking for comfort and looking for provisioning cues of a potential for provisioning, protection, and parental investment. That is most definitely the beta buck side of it. And again, I think it's important to remember, we always look at beta as being like sort of like undesirable. You're a simp. Beta is conflated, I think, sometimes with simp, whatever. And for the most part, you're right, because most guys only know beta. That's all they are. That's like their predominant personality traits tend to be more beta. They look at beta traits as their key to success in the sexual marketplace, just like Chris Williamson, apparently. I don't know. I don't think he believes that shit. I think he was just having that conversation because he wanted to like sort of like hash that out. It might, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But the fact is, more guys like that than not only focus on the beta buck side of hypergamy. But I would say, as far as taming the alpha, that is the Beauty and the Beast concept. And by the way, Jordan Peterson did not come up with that. It's existed since, Edgar Rice Burroughs and Tarzan. That's the Beauty and the Beast archetype. The savage guy. The beast looks like, the beast always looks like, here's what the beast looks like. The beast is always like Tarzan, right? Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan. Tarzan, meet Jane, right? Here's what Tarzan looks like. Tarzan doesn't look like Tarzan is a good-looking dude. He's got his, definitely got his gains on, so got his macros on point. Definitely. But that guy is going to be in the Chippendales calendar, not in the Dad Bods calendar. That's what the beast looks like. So can Lois Lane turn Superman into Clark Kent? That's what you're getting at. Can the woman turn the savage, uncivilized guy who she just wants to have, pin her down and ride her to glory? Can that guy also be a good dad? Can he be the best of, can he be the best of 28 days of a cycle? Can he be the best of the best through the whole package? When women say, I want the whole package, he's got to be nice and sweet and everything. He's got to fuck me. He's got to be good. And he's got to have a 10-inch dick and he's got to be, yoked and everything else. You have to be on point across the cycle from day 1 to day 28. That's the guy. When women say, I want a guy who's a whole package, the guy who's a whole package, day 1 to day 28. Are you that guy? Most guys aren't. They simply don't have the patience to do so, or they don't even want to know about this shit. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Nobody cares. See? Nobody cares. Let's keep going. I got to get to the rest of these guys. God damn it, man. I can't believe we went this long. The scale is about women. You described the break phase relating to men. How does the break phase relate to women? I just explained to you. Even if the man wants to marry a woman, that doesn't prevent her from being a 304. Okay. Yes, because, let me see if I can explain this in a different way. The break phase, which, by the way, starts right around 18. So maybe you're correct in that. Okay, so I see what you're saying about that. So 18 to 28 is the quote unquote party years, the hoe phase. In fact, I think I called it the party years right here. There you go. Except I said 20 to 28. 18 to 28. I rounded it off, so you have a 10. You got a decade, ladies. The peak is, of course, going to be right here at about 23. Also, very important for what I'm about to get into. Look at the bottom there. It says peak span years, 15 to 16 years. It's a blink of an eye in the average lifetime. If you're going to live to be like 80 or 90 years old, 15, yeah, I mean, it's not insignificant, but percentage-wise. But this is where the crossover takes place between when women are at 23 and men get to be about 36, 37, I think is what I picked it at. Those are the peak span years. So when you're argument, you could argue with me if you want all day long. Hey, man, guys top out at 50. Get the fuck out of here. Not as much as I mean, can you prolong the magic? Yeah, you can as a guy. In fact, you have more chance to do that than women do because we have different criteria for the sexual marketplace, for sexual market value peak. But again, just to round numbers off, between 23 for women and between about 36, 37 for guys, that's when you're reaching your maximum potential as per what either sex finds the most potentially attractive in the other. End of story. Now, so what you're getting at, though, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but so what about women? Is that not going to prevent like guys wanting to get married at 18? That's really wanting to lock down something because they're still idealistic about it. Remember, men love idealistically, women love opportunistically. So there's no greater point in a woman's life where she has more opportunity than 18 to 28 years old, because that's women's peak sexual agency years. Why do they always get naked, Rolo? Well, because women know that their only real agency in this life is their sexuality. How good they look, how good they fuck. You don't believe me? Just go look at it. But trust me, it'll happen very soon. The next riot we have during the 2024 election cycle in Oregon, when they're saying, defund the police, and there's some naked chick is walking around, buck naked, is walking around the riots and stuff, thinking that she's like completely invulnerable. And there's like some white knight with a trash can lid as a shield to deflect whatever from her. Like that's the reason why that exists, is because women know that their only real agency is their sexuality, and no one will give them the time of day unless they have big tits and they take their clothes off. Poof. End of story. But the hoe phase is when women have the most opportunity. So is that break going to make it's going to make or break you? It's the development. Okay. So craving male, or would she be more happy with the settle with the beta? Oh shit. Sorry. That's a different one. Where'd I go? I gotta go back up. Oh, are we at that time right now? I guess the porn spam can come back in. Porn spam. All right. Lightning round. Let's get through this. Where'd that go? Oh, Jesus Christ. We're going to talk about Temple. Did somebody ban Moose again, please? Can somebody please ban this piece of shit? Thank you. If you haven't, I just did. But you already did. Thank you for being on the spot, people. Okay. All right. Well, you guys were asking about this, so now we're going to turn this into a Q&A, because I was going to show you Ricky Red Pill here and sort of lean into that. But why do that when I have such great people giving me super chats to talk about? Again, let's see if I can finish this out with these guys. Okay, here we are. If a man gets to commit the luteal phase, what we were time. Okay, well, we already talked about that. Jake. Scale is about women. Okay, describes how does that break to phase? Okay, it doesn't. If is your concern about preventing the 304 the hoe phase? Just say hoe. It's my show. You can say hoe. Okay, but is that what you want? Is that the desired effect? It's like preventing the hoe phase? I don't think so. How does the hoe phase relate to women? Even if a man wants to marry, well, the reason why it doesn't prevent the hoe phase is something that all women go through. Sorry, Torsha. Sorry, whoever. I never had a hoe phase. No, you did. You just didn't capitalize on it. You just didn't. You wasted the potential. Right? Like I have women who will that I counsel even who say, "Hey, Rolo, I never went through a hoe phase. I was never a hoe." Yeah, but you're on Access Vegas. You look like a Bratz doll. You're just extending that hoe phase into where you're at now. Are you on Instagram? Well, yeah. Are you showing off your ass and your circus tits? Yeah. Well, the prosecution rests, honey. I can't do much else with you. Women go through hoe phases. They do. People want to say, well, does the hoe phase ever end? I think women would like for it not to end. But whether or not a woman is in her hoe phase, right? I think we're really, the hair we're splitting right here is calling it the hoe phase. Is saying, oh, women are going to just do nothing but fuck as many guys as they possibly can between 18 and 28. It's almost like spin more plates, ladies. Just fuck anything on two legs between 18 and 28. That's not what I'm saying. That is the peak potential. This is the hoe phase here. Let's see. The pink bell curve right there, that's the hoe phase. At the top of it, you're the biggest hoe. No, what I'm saying is that's your peak potential to be at your highest form of agency, to be at your highest power level. It's above 9,000. You're at 23, it's above 9,000, right? That's what I'm getting at. But I wasn't a hoe. It doesn't matter that you were a hoe, whether or not you capitalized on it, whether or not you made the most of it, whether or not you were a serial monogamist or a monkey branch from guy to guy to guy is irrelevant to the fact that between 18 and 28 was your peak window for your sexual agency. Now, do some women turn it into a hoe phase and they want to go sow their wild oats and follow along with Sheryl Sandbergian hypergamy? And fuck all the bad boys, fuck all the bad for you guys, fuck all the jerks, and get with them, and then stick the landing between 29 and 31. Not all women do that. No, there's women who join nunneries at that time too. But that's the point at which they have their most potential to become a hoe if they want to. Now, what happens? I was going to say before is I have women that I counsel who say, I was never a hoe, blah, blah, blah. Are you single now? Yes, I just got divorced. Okay, well, what do you find attractive in a guy right now? You're going through this sort of living vicariously through your girlfriends. When women tell me that they never had a hoe phase, I say, well, when did your girlfriends get married? What did they do? Because 9 times out of 10, when women tell me that they never had a hoe phase, it's like they're right. They didn't they have fewer notch count than their girlfriend. Or they got married at 19 because they met their boyfriend and who became their husband in church camp. And then they had to rush to get married, in religious, contexts. But they still live vicariously through their other girlfriends on Instagram, or they had girls' nights out, or their sisters were fucking around. They were having a hoe phase. Well, they weren't. They were having that hoe phase. They were just doing it virtually or vicariously. And then they find that once they get divorced, on average, 5 to 9 years is the average length of a marriage. We're going there this week. That afterwards, that they do what I call making up for missing out. So they live vicariously through their girlfriends during the hoe phase. And now they're like, clock's ticking. I got to get out there and have a good time before I'm 40. That might be sort of a recurrence of the hoe phase, but it's not the hoe phase so much as it's making up for missing out on the hoe phase that was there. In either sense, you're still having a hoe phase. Ladies, you all have a hoe phase. Whether or not you're a hoe is not immaterial to whether or not you're having the phase. So we're all hoes. You're all interested in alpha fucks and beta bugs. Any thoughts on Kanye West being a cuckold? Kanye West is mentally imbalanced. His greater problem is his mental health. Being a cuckold and having Kim divorce him, that probably was the catalyst that triggered a lot of mental issues that were already there. That's what I'm going to say about that for the time being, because I know there's some other questions there about it. Yes, well, you want to talk about Kanye? I'll talk about Kanye. The scale for women is 304 phase from teens to epiphany phase. Okay. Yeah, I guess you could certainly make that argument. The reason why I put it at 18 is because that's usually the legal age for consent, my friend. So you'll have to pardon me if I didn't back it up to 15, but Wink, wink. I know. Then during the epiphany phase, she is still a 304 and the simp hunter phase. Okay. Triple nickel. Thank you. Rolo and ARC are my favorite two greatest teachers in the Manosphere, along with early wisdom from Heartiste. Yeah. Well, that was Royce, by the way, but okay. Tilting a 40 ounce in memory of I was going to say, pour one out, man. God bless you, Rolo, for your work. Has pulled me and millions of men back from the abyss. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you for that. Okay, goodbye, Moose, and your spamness. Let's see. Joshua Turnage. Did Tim Pool make a mistake of having a woman on his show? Yes. He was having a relationship with. Does this hurt Tim's show? Yes. And I know you, Rolo, said you would never have your wife on a show. And yes, I will never have my wife on the show. She will never be a part of the show. She will never be a contributor to the show. Okay, so I kind of briefly touched on the situation between Tim and Adam Krigler on the last, I think it was last Sunday. Primarily, it's a bad idea. But I understand why Tim did it. Tim's not necessarily certainly not in the beginning. Excuse me, was not a red pill content producer. He just did his own thing. And he had a male space and he was doing it himself. You got to remember that Tim Pool has a history, man. He has he's done the work. Tim has done the work. I will give him his flowers. I give him his props. Like I said before, I remember watching him when he was at like Cal State he was at Berkeley riots and stuff like that, or UC Davis or Berkeley. I can't remember which one. Again, back 2014, 2015, he was wandering around these riots, hoping something was going to happen. And he had a GoPro like strapped to his chest. And then sometimes he would try to live stream like later on, but you could see it happen as it happened. But I remember when he used to do stuff like that. And that's what got me interested in Tim. And then he got into Timcast, and Tim is married to the podcast now. And there's not really much Tim can do about it. I know Tim tried to create a mobile. I think he bought an RV and he tried to take it on the road and get I think he had Joe Rogan in there too. And that never materialized. That didn't turn into much of anything. He's not doing that anymore because I think he figured out that it's kind of impractical and still infeasible. But Tim, I think, is suffering from too much, too young, too fast, just like a lot of people are. So what I mean by that is he's new money. He's nouveau rich. So he doesn't have the benefit of having the wisdom that slow money teaches. So what was it? Fast problems, slow money. Well, I forget what Myron was talking about. He's got a little saying there, but it's pretty accurate. It's like if you have fast money, you don't learn the lessons that slow money would have taught you had you earn. That's why I'm a big proponent of, I'm not a get fast rich guy. I'm a get fast slow guy. Get rich, stay the course, stay on top. Security comes from getting rich slow, not getting rich fast. So when I see the decisions that he's made, to me, they're rookie decisions. They're like blue pill decisions. Like, I'm gonna have a girl on there. We need to keep this thing. You want to know why I'm not on Chris Williamson's show, or he's never had me on? Because he's concerned that I'm going to alienate half of his audience, which I think is bullshit. But that concern. Oh, there's women watching me. That's overseers in the locker room, by the way. My female audience, those are your overseers. So it was definitely a big mistake for him to do that. It was also definitely a big mistake for him to be fucking Lydia, assuming that is the case. And I have every news story I've read thus far verifies that. So honestly, I think now, you want to get into the Tim Pool side of this? Okay. I think what happened with Kanye West, Milo, and Nick Fuentes over the course of this last week, I haven't talked about this. I will, now that we're at the end of the show here, I can mouth off a little bit. What I think happened was Milo has hitched his cart to Kanye West. He's a big fucking name, and there's big money there too. Kanye, I think, has sort of developed mental issues, or has always had mental issues, one of the best things that I think Kanye West said during that interview on Tim Pool's cast is that he mentioned that, you know, he got famous at 24 years old, made a lot of money. And again, he just basically verifying what I say all the time: too much, too young, too fast. Okay. He made it a lot of money at 24 years old, and it was too quick for him. And he was what happens. And he even explains that. Kanye West was explaining this. Everybody who sees you have a lot of money and a lot of fame, everybody comes around you and they're yes men, right? Because they know that they're gonna gravy train you. What's gravy training? They're gonna follow you along because you're where the money comes from and where the good times and the good food and the good money come from. They'll tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear. And the best thing that Kanye West said, I'm not saying he's crazy, but he did say something that I thought was really profound, which is, when you get famous, you stop growing. Take that to the fucking bank. The moment you get famous is the moment you stop growing. Because everybody will tell, because now you must be a genius because you're famous. You must be a genius because you made $1 million. You must be a genius because now you have accolades and affirmation and positive reinforcement. You got bitches fucking you like they never did before. And you've got this amount of money and you did this. And you was like, the possibility certainly exists that you happen to be in the right place in the right time and appeal to the right niche. But I do agree with him. I think once you become famous, you stop growing. That's the essence of too much, too young, too fast. That I thought was brilliant. Part that I didn't think was brilliant was the fact that they pick up and they walk out just like they always do. I was expecting that when I saw that. I'm like, here it comes. Because he'd done it before. He walked off of Pierce Morgan. And the fact that he's kind of linked himself up with Milo Yiannopoulos, who I count as a friend still to this day. I've tried to get Milo on Fresh and Fit as recently as 2021. Milo has decided that he's going to play the Catholic card and the prodigal son card, just like Rush. He is, I guess, now heterosexual and Catholic. And Andrew Tate is now, he's always been heterosexual. Andrew Tate is Andrew Tate, and he's a Muslim. By their fruits ye shall know them. Rush is now an Eastern Orthodox Christian. I guess I got to be Jewish, right? That's the only thing. Oh wow! Rollo, all we got is a Judaism. Come on. I guess I got to be part of the tribe. I guess maybe now Kanye won't like me because all that's left for me to be prodigal son is to convert to Judaism. Or Odinism. I'm actually. Where's my? There it is. Here we go. There we go. Yes, paganism. That's what I have to convert to, right? I think that it has most definitely hurt his brand. Banging out Lydia certainly did. You remember, short-term decisions have long-term consequences, and that was one of them. I think Kanye is a little bit on the whack side, but the reason why I haven't done a dedicated show about any of that. I did see the Alex Jones show. I did hear the commentary. I was not at all shocked because that's pulled straight from the Milo Yiannopoulos Provocateur Handbook. I know Milo well enough to know that he's very good at the fucking game. And he has had, the last 5 years to get even better at it. You want to know why Nick Fuentes is involved in that? Because he's going to be the next Richard Spencer for this next election cycle. Take that one to the back. Here we go. Wouldn't be a show without the Magic 8 Ball. Richard Spencer equals Nick Fuentes in 2023. Guaranteed. Because the opposition, the leftist side of things, whatever, left, right, who cares? The opposition needs an enemy. And he's happy to fill that role. And by the next, so what is he? What is Nick Fuentes? Is he like 25? He'll be 27 by 2024. He will take over what's left of whatever we're calling the Proud Boys. He'll take over like Gavin McInnes's role. They know what the positions are. Trust me, this is another cycle. I keep telling you guys, it comes back over and over and over and over again. Kanye West just was a convenient vehicle. Milo Yiannopoulos. Why do you think Milo's involved? Do you actually think Milo thinks this guy looks like he's got a really good shot at the presidency? Get the fuck out of here. It's provocateur. It's what he's been doing since 2014, since he got banned from Twitter. How come Milo could probably very easily come back to Twitter, but he's not. So could Cernovich never got booted, but honestly, so was it a setup? I don't know, a setup, but it does follow form. It's a hell of a correlation. Off topic. Oh wait. Off topic. I know, but did you know Casey Anthony released a docuseries defending herself on Peacock TV? Couldn't finish it. It was too painful. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, she's hoping that people forgot. I remember when that was going. I was living in Orlando when that happened. Yep. Yeah, I'm sure it probably was too painful. She is the epitome of kill the party. Amin Danya, young people are so confused they can't make heads or tails of their own human nature to explain what they're experiencing. Do you think it would ever be properly taught in schools? No, not now. Not until the asteroid hits. Is that what you want me to say? They can't make heads or tails of human nature. No, here's the thing. They can. They can make heads or tails of human nature. They don't want to. There's got to be a desire to actually want to hear this stuff and interpret it. Again, stupidity and ignorance are two different things. Stupidity is when you just simply don't have the mental hardware to process things intelligently. Ignorance is you just simply, I'm ignorant. I'm very ignorant of things that I have no idea. I'm not going to tell you how to go and, I don't even know anything about astrophysics. Sorry. You want me to look it up for you? Oh, he's not an alpha. He doesn't know anything about astrophysics. Fuck him. No, I'm ignorant of that. That's different. I'm smart, but I'm ignorant of certain things. Or sometimes people are willfully ignorant because anything that contradicts their ego investments is really hard to process. That's why. So it's not a lack of, it's not that it's not a confusion thing. It's a lack of desire to want to have anything challenged. That's why it will never be taught in schools, because what's going on in schools right now, like certainly in Western cultures, is it's anti-empiricism, it's anti-reason, it's anti-rational. Crescent lice. Really? What about the development phase? She would be craving for alpha male, or she would be more happy with to settle with a beta. Okay, so let's go back. You guys have all these questions about the preventive medicine. So your question was about the development phase. Okay, so this is like around 36, 37 for women. And the reason why I have this in here, okay, so you have to understand the timeline in all of this. Let's go back here. So development phase is this. When you look at the average length of the average marriage, it lasts when women overwhelmingly file divorce 70 to 80, somewhere between whoever numbers you're using, 70% to 80% of the time it's the woman who's initiating the divorce. When does that divorce take place? When is the average age at which the divorce takes fucking place? When? Well, we already know that the average age of first marriage is, for women, 28, 29. For men, it's about 30. It's probably a little bit more than that right now. I think my latest stats were from like 2020 or 2019. So it might be later, might not. In Europe, it's even later than that. But let's just round it off. Let's just say 29 and 30 for 29 for women, 30 for men. Okay, so what's the average duration of a marriage before the woman 70 to 80% of the time files for divorce? And those stats are easy to find courtesy of the Census Bureau. They last 5 to 9 years, averaging 7 years, like the 7-year itch. What? Why would that be? Well, so if a woman is, let's say 29 years old, and her marriage lasts for 7 years, she is what, 36? when she's looking to get divorced on average in the United States. That's very convenient because that tracks right. Oh, and by the way, I had no idea what those stats were up until recently, but that tracks perfectly with that right there, the development phase. Okay. So that's when women bail out of marriage. And what are they doing? They're looking back to get back into the sexual marketplace. That's the development phase in a nutshell. And me and Myron are going to discuss that in great detail this coming week sometime. Probably not Wednesday. Jesus Christ, you guys. It's like I have like 942 people watching and I've got about 1 billion people commenting, which I guess is a good thing. Okay, would she be craving an alpha male or more? Okay, so here's the thought on that. When a woman gets to be like she's out of a divorce, like she divorced, maybe the theory is that it grants that woman enough time to have one kid with a guy that she married at 29 years old. They've got the kid is maybe 4 by that time, 5, who knows? Certainly not 7, but she's divorcing after 7 years on average for a 5 to 9 year average duration of the marriage. Okay. The thinking is that it's enough time for a woman to figure out if she wants to go off into perpetuity with this guy or she wants to bug out while she still thinks that she looks good. And we have a Western society that does nothing but reinforce the idea that you're sexy at any age. You're sexy at any weight. Eat, pray, love. Stella gets her groove back. The grass is always greener on the other side. Divorce porn. Divorce your man, you get alimony, you get divorce, you get cash and prizes, right? You get the kid. In most, and like 88% of you're going to get like sole custody. You're going to get alimony payments. You're going to get child support payments. You're going to get divorce settlements. You're going to get half the house. He's going to have to pay you and pay you and pay you and pay you. Is she going to resist the call of the state? So when does that happen? Well, usually it happens before that chick hits 40, because at that point it's like, oh my God, I got to get out. Lord, please kill my man. Kill my man while I'm still hot enough to find another man. Instead of killing, it's like, okay, well, divorce the guy. So that's the grind. That's the churn right there. So she's more than happy to settle with a beta. Well, not when she first gets out of the marriage. She wants to get the alpha guy out of her system first, because if she's in a sexless marriage or she's been putting up with this guy who has the dad bod, right? Maybe she doesn't want to get with a guy that looks like him anymore, and she'd rather get with a Chris Williamson or a guy from the Chippendales calendar that she keeps on her office wall. Now's the time. Okay, well, I'm still sexy and happy, and you can be sexy at any age. You're 38, you get back into the sexual marketplace that is already welcoming you with open arms. Get your Instagram going, girl. Don't worry about him, girl. Just don't worry about, she gonna need a babysitter. Thought mommy's in the club. She gonna need a babysitter. That's your greatest concern is the babysitter. Yeah, so I would say for a little while, and then the comfort phase kicks in, which is what I've already put that. I've accounted for that here. Because then you're going to go back through a redevelopment and reassurance. And that really what that is, it's looking for long-term security. So post 40 is usually about the time when that takes place. So yes, you are correct. Okay, so keep going. Everybody likes that. You like that timeline, don't you? You know why you like that timeline? Because you think it's you think it's a map, because you think it's step-by-step. Don't look at it as step-by-step. Look at it as a predictive framework, not as Rollo said to watch for this. Oh, I'm gonna be a Tomasi man. No, it's a map. It's not how you got to walk it, but it's a map. Do women actually have awareness of their different preferences due to ovulatory shift? Funny you should say that, because Marty Hazelton has done research and tests of that as well. For the most part, women are oblivious to this unless it is drawn out, unless they are actually put on the spot about it. And that's when they laugh about it. When you catch women in cognitive dissonance, it's usually a joke. Yeah, we're really like that. I can't believe we're like that. Oh, that's what it comes down to. Or is it a completely subconscious psychological process? It's not neither. It's both is what it is. It's both. It can be both. That's why when people say, hey, Rolo, can a woman ever be red pill? They're all women are already red pill. The trick is drawing it out of them. The trick is getting them to admit it. That's the real trick. Hey, Thor. What should I give Thor? Thor needs a better one than that. I need like an Odin. Close enough. Mode 1. Say it again. Mode 1. Classic escalation for your ask yesterday, Rolo. Yes, thank you. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm thinking about making Red Pill Thor a member of Rule 0. We're putting it up to a vote right now. Yeah, you don't need to ask me, Thor. it's the other guys. Let's see, Margot. Margot is all over the place. It's because the bass is right here. Should I get the play? I should jam some bass for you. By the way, Margot is a professional bassist, and I mean like a professional musician, as in she can play stand-up bass and everything else. I've seen the video. Is that it? Did I catch everybody? No, I did not. Wealth Mindset, thank you for that $1.99 super chat sticker, whatever the hell that was. Sorry, I can't see stickers in StreamYard yet. Let's see, what else do we have? I have some new music for you today. I'm not going to go with the standard outro today. Let's see, Joshua Turnage. Congrats on putting Dr. Phil in his place on Dr. Phil's TV contract is up soon, so I could see Phil and his wife getting a divorce soon. Do you mind if I contact TMZ to ask you for your scoop on Dr. Phil? Well, once the show is defunct, I will be more than happy to mouth off, as I will. Unfortunately, I did not see, well, so they say I didn't see, but there's a bunch of release form. People want the story. Okay, so there's a bunch of release forms you have to sign, like when you do a show. It's pretty much standard with any show. Even Fresh and Fit make the girls sign release forms. It's like models release, can we use your image, right? The trick is that you're already there. You flew down and they hit you up 5 minutes before they're about to walk you on stage. And if you don't sign those things, you don't go on. So I've signed them. And Article 8 of that, I would look this up. Article 8 of that contract says I'm not allowed to say shit about shit. So, which is that, you want to know why I took down the Access Vegas video, well, my video of the sort of my breakdown. I still have it, by the way. I still have it archived, but it's not, you won't find it online anywhere. But I wanted to get it. I wanted to do that show because it was still fresh in my head, so I can remember what I was doing. Because I'll guarantee you that when they finally air that show, whenever that is, they're going to butcher it. And so I want to remember what it is that was going on at the time. And I think I was pretty straightforward about it. But I will tell you this: if they do end up, his contract is coming. Are you sure? When is, somebody can give me the information on that, like how long does the show have still? I would be very interested. I think he's kind of experimenting with it because he knows he's on his way out or he's going to stop. What is that, Jim? What'd you say? Where does the average divorce age for women fall on their fertility and time scale? It's usually right around, let's see, what did you say? Average age of divorce age for women and their fertility time. Can I put this up? So as I was saying before, average age of first marriage is 28, 29, 28 and a half, somewhere around there. And the average duration of a marriage before women file for divorce, which they do 70 to 80% of the time, the average duration of a first marriage is 5 to 9 years. So that puts women right around the security phase, or just right before, depending on how long it lasts. If it's 5 years, it might be earlier. But if the girl gets married at 29 and her marriage ends 7 years later, that puts her at 36 years old, right? So right around that time, and then it might be a little bit longer. Like at 7, it would have put her there. It might be a little bit before, but it's just this side of 40. That's what I'm going to focus in on, I'm going to be a rat. I'm going to chew right through you. That's where I'm going in Miami soon. Iron Disciples. Oh my goodness. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. him.
She's not a Christian.
Shout out to all the Epiphany Stage girls I've seen at church. Yeah, you know what? They have single mommy ministries at most of probably your churches, and there's a reason for that. So the prodigal son pivot works in a lot of different ways. Am I done? Let's see. Shout out. Got to you, Sorolita. Thank you very much. Okay, now I'm done. I was going to go and play a little bit of Adam Sosnick's video with Ricky Redpill, but we are way over time. So I'll save that for another time. If you haven't seen it, I don't even know who this motherfucker is, but it's like, if you saw that episode, Adam, Rob, do better, please. I mean, I looked at the stats. I'm not going to do it right now. You really want me to do it right now? Do I have to? I'll give you a quick shot of this. Let me see if I got it. Do I have this somewhere? I gave you a porn star already. Are you sure you want me to do this? No, not that one. All right. So I'll just do the quick breakdown. Here it is. This is with Adam. This dude, let's see if I can get it up in here. I think it was at the 6-ish minute mark here.
So many different directions I can go with you. But
everything.
Let me start with what you just kind of just said.
Right.
You said you were I'll just straight. That's fine. So let me get back to Ricky.
Mm-hmm.
So you said you were a military contractor.
Yeah.
But also, did you say computer analyst?
Programmer.
Programmer.
I made mobile apps.
Okay.
The first mobile app I made was 2010, right?
Gotcha.
It was a very bad app. Well, no, it was actually great, but it didn't work for one reason. But it was called the Freak Test 1.0. At the time, I was in a horrible marriage.
Okay.
And I wanted to make sure that nobody else on the planet ever got into a horrible marriage.
Wow.
I care about people. I care about love, relationships. I care about families, really, and America. And so 2010, I made this Freak Test 1.0. So when you meet people, you can basically, if it starts to get to a certain point, even in a bar, you could give them this app and, they can go through it, and you could figure out for a man, you could figure out if she was after certain things, what she wanted. Nobody wasted time, right? A lady in California later performed the same app. It was later after I did it. I already knew it didn't work because the stopping point was consent. You can't use a mobile app to verify consent.
Gotcha. But it calculates how big of a freak a girl is? You need an app for that?
Yeah.
Huh.
No,
by the way, just judging a book by its cover, of these two lovely ladies, which one of...
Jesus Christ. So anyway, I have no idea who this dude is. In fact, I don't think Adam even knows who this dude is.
Red Pill is blowing up.
Oh, wait, here we go. Let me back it up.
Scientist. She's more like me, right? She's the mad scientist. She's plotting.
Gotcha.
A god, but I'm the president.
You also said that you kind of wanted to challenge Kevin Samuels.
Yeah,
rest in peace.
Rollo too.
Challenge, so you're respecting them, but you also want to challenge them.
I respect the hell out of them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who would you say are at the top of the list that you want to kind of come after respectfully?
I'm coming after everybody. If you don't follow Red Pill law, you're not in here. There's people that came into Red Pill recently in recent years or months that aren't really Red Pill. They come in, they get some juice for their channels and all that crap, and then they jump out. You're going to stop that shit. That stops now, right? There's people that have been in Red Pill for years also that come in here. They've been in Red Pill for years and are giving bad information. That's what Kevin did. 95% of what Kevin said was true. It was facts. It was dope. But then he'd come on with the high value man thing and all that shit. Lies. It was all lies. I knew why he did it. I knew why he did it because what we know.
What do you mean lies? Being a high value man
is a lie.
Okay, explain that.
Okay.
I always thought the whole goal is to become a high value man. It's not?
No. Spit
some game.
Here's a simple term I'll give you on this. Context. The high value man Kevin was explaining is a high value man in the business world. Not in a fucking relationship.
Okay.
In a relationship, young ladies at home, her sink starts to leak. She needs a fucking plumber, a good one. Yeah. You send the lawyer to her house. He's high value. He's the best lawyer in your city. She gives no fucks because she needs a plumber.
Okay.
This is like a non sequitur here. Dude, if you're going to do this, if you're trying to make this your grift, at least be code. Later on in this video, this is a very long video, so I'm not going to dig too much into it. This guy basically comes on to Adam's show. Where you dug this dude up, I have no idea, because I went and I checked his socials. The guy is like got like what 3,200 followers on Instagram. He has 87,000 subs on YouTube with 16 videos that he started in 2021, August of 2021, I think. Here, I'll show you the stats. There's a like guys, if Rob, Bookers, Adam, if I can do this, you can do this. Okay. Ricky Red Pill. Come on now. Really? Look at that spike right there. And let's see. Look at that spike as of September 24th. Yeah, that's what's known as buying subs in the business, my friends. I just work here, man. All I can do is point you in the right direction. Okay, he's got 16 videos. His Twitter is non-existent. His Instagram is non-existent. This is a come up. Adam, do better. Rob, do better. If you're gonna have somebody come on, like Natalia later on, Natalia is schooling this guy. Bravo to Natalia for bravo Natalia for schooling this guy later on. I'm like, where is this guy coming? Like, nothing is coherent, nothing is cogent. I mean, I hate to do one hit wonder, flash in the pan.
That's what Kevin was doing. He was giving you high value man in the business sense. In a relationship, I've lived a very variable life. 2004 through 2012. Never made less than 150 a year, right? 1,000 a year. Most times around 200,000 a year.
For us, thank you.
But there's been times where I've been homeless, right? I've slept
Make it real for everybody else, okay? Keep going.
Weird places in America, many different states, cities. I've had everything in life, traveled the world, been to Dubai 6 times, everything. But been in the lowest points also. Sleeping in the Smoky Mountains, waking up to bears and fucking elks trying to kill me, right? I've done all this. And I can tell you that a high value man to a woman in a relationship, when you put it in the context of loving, there's a homeless woman, she has a man with her, and when she's hungry, he's gonna go get her something to eat, even if he has to steal it. Mm-hmm. In loving relationships, high value is what is adapted to you. It's not, you don't have to be a fucking, any of that shit.
I like this.
This is new. Like, this is real red
pill.
pill.
So you're saying that you don't need to be a wealthy guy to be a high value man?
In business, you do.
Well, but I'm just talking about life, Ricky.
No.
What do you mean? You can be a broke ass homeless dude who's high.
Because you're talking about
value?
love.
Adam's finally starting to get the grip.
Look, you're talking about love and relationships. I know this is new. Okay.
Yeah.
It's factual. Everything I say is facts. So
I am.
I know you're.
Recognition, acknowledgement dawns across Adam's face.
No.
I couldn't wait.
Hear
this
me
is
out
great.
here, brother.
Yes.
I am. If anything, I am open to new ideas. I'm a.
Yeah, like the red pill. Anyways, that's Ricardo. You want to know why I went on Dr. Phil? Because if I didn't, a dude like that would go on Dr. Phil and say he was red pill. That's why I went. Simple as that. We need better do better, please. You're talking about a guy who's clearly buying subs. I mean, you could look at the spike in subscribership right there. What happened right there? Oh, he just suddenly took off in popularity. No. We know how things work. Trust anybody who's been in this business long enough knows what to look for. All right. So be careful who you trust. Be careful who vet your gurus. Vet people that come on your show too. I'm actually surprised. I would be very surprised if Jedediah doesn't have something to say about this guy too. I wonder why she didn't have him on too. Anyways, yes, Rick. Yes, you are sure that I'll let you say what you're going to say. And if you look at I'll tell you where the gold is. I don't know if they took it down, but the live chat for that. Oh my God, you want 2 hours of comedy? That was pretty good. And then Natalia really just wipes the floor with them. So, anyways, that's that. I will be in Miami coming up. I'm flying out tomorrow morning. I have to go pack. I've almost been at this for 5 hours. I'm not going to do you a 5-hour show. I'm not going to get there. So sorry, we're not going to do that today. However, I will be in Miami starting, let's see, the 5th through the 10th. I will be there. And let's see, where did I have that? I got something. I had something new for you. Doing. Oops. Wait a minute. There we go. All right. So I got it for you. This is I got something new for you today. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows I'm not going to do your 5-hour show. Sorry, I'm going to get denied. In fact, I wasn't even going to do an outro for this show today. But anyways, I'll be in Miami starting. Well, I mean, I'm flying tomorrow. I should be like up and on by Tuesday. I'll let you guys know when I'm going to do the divorce show with Myron. I would, if I get to have any say about it, it'll probably be Tuesday, but it might be Wednesday. We'll see. So we're going to do that. And let's see what else. Oh, so look for myself and Mike Sartain. We will be on Justin Waller's show out of Miami. I will be on Valuetainment with Jedediah Bila at 1 p.m. Eastern time, 1 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. That will probably go for about 2 hours, I'm sure. And then I will be on Adam Sosnick's show with Mike Sartain. That will be at 4 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. And then no doubt, I will be on doing the after-hour show with Mike on Fresh and Fit. Mike and I will probably be on that show a few times, and we're just making the rounds for Access Vegas. I'm not getting flued out. I wish I was. I'm flying. I got flued out by me. Anyways, so that's what I got going on today. And I just want to, before I go, I just want to say, hey, it's been an honor to know Alan Roger Currie. And if I can leave you guys with one sort of compassionate thought, is I benefited from his life, and I think a lot of other people did as well. We didn't always agree on things, indirect versus direct game primarily, but we always had a mutual respect for one another. He was a little bit older than I am, but we were contemporaries, I would say. And he will be sorely missed. A great light has gone out in the universe, and there's not really much you can do about it.
Conan, what is best in life? Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, to hear the lamentation of their women.
Sitting Podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. Registered trademark 2022. All rights reserved.